Oh, yeah. All right. What is up? For some of you, this has been long awaited. Others of you, perhaps a little bit less so. Either way, here we are. Today is leg day. Driving down to more of a hardcore gym before I move back to school. Should get a pretty crazy lift. So yeah, this is pretty much episode 1 of the bulk. Day 1, current weight, 230 pounds. So, you know, over the next, wrong turn. So over the next couple of months, we're going to be increasing calories. Strength's going to go up, sets are going to go up. Size is going to go up. That's the really exciting part. But if you guys are just maintaining or whatever, and you're questioning whether you should be bulking, you may as well start right now. We could be doing it together. But I'll be doing, I'm not going to make a video every day, but every time I make one, I'll check in with the weight and say how the progress is going. Ouch, is this light red? Ooh, that was red as way. The split. I get asked about the split a lot. I don't think it's that important, honestly. It's not. Like, it's important. You don't want to have some weird ass, like, bicep day, tricep day. You don't want to have something weird going on. But from what I've sort of gathered over the last few years of lifting, is it's a pretty reasonable rule of thumb to hit every muscle group twice a week-ish, right? So every 7 or 8 days, you're going to want to hit everything twice. So when people talk about push-pull legs or the Arnold split, or like whether they do push-pull legs and Arnold, that's what they're doing. They're hitting everything twice a week, and then they're taking that rest day. Now for me, I don't mess with the rest day. I just go legs, chest, back, and arms. Shoulders all kind of spread around. Like, you know, after arms, maybe I'll do side delts. You know, during chest, maybe I'll do a little bit of front delts. That's something you're going to want to hit about double, or you're going to want to hit your front delts about half as much as you do your side and rear, at least as long as they're reasonably developed. Because every time you're benching, every pressing movement, essentially, you're activating some front delt. And when you're curling, you're activating it. It's just, people overdo it, right? You want that side and rear so that your shoulder really gets a round look. So for a long time, I mean, for me, my shoulders are already reasonably overdeveloped in relation to my arms. I haven't done an overhead pressing movement in probably 2 years, maybe 2.5 years. So leave in the comments, how many of you guys are over 200 pounds and how many of you guys are below 200 pounds? So is that enough talking? Do you want more? You want less? You want more training? You gotta tell me. I don't know. I'm just showing you what I do. But let's get in there. I know I said if you guys were thinking about bulking, you should start bulking with me so we can do it together. But I changed my mind. If you weigh less than 200 pounds right now, I'm mandating that you start a bulk. All right? 2023 is not the year of whatever. It's not a new year, new me. 2023 is the year of the 200 pounders, okay? I'm seeing way too many lifters who have been under 200 pounds for way too long. It's not a problem to be under 200 pounds. It's a problem to stay under 200 pounds. You see the difference, right? If you're growing, perfect. you're good. You're golden. You're already, that's all you can do, you know? I'm not, when I say, you know, you're breaking the law by being under 200 pounds, there is an exception when you're gaining weight, when you're actually, essentially you're on probation, you know? If you check in with me, your probation officer, and you tell me, Sam, I gained 1 pound this week, that's what I want to hear. That is great. If you've got a little, just a little itch, if you've got a little something in the back of your mind that's telling you, you know, I could get a little bigger, you know, oh, that guy's kind of big, he's a little bigger than me, now's your sign. All right, this is the spring 2023 bulk. It has begun. Can I do 4 double cheeseburgers and a large fry? All right, back again. Day 55. Back day. So, not a ton of volume in terms of, you know, relative. What am I saying? Not a ton of volume relatively to my other lifts, right? Because leg day, that's going to be 2 muscle groups, right? Quads and hamstrings. Arm day, that's going to be 2 muscle groups, triceps, biceps. Chest and shoulder day, that's, well, essentially 3 body parts, right? Chest and then side delts plus rear delts. I don't really do front delts, they're already kind of big. But back, just back. So this will be one of my quicker lifts. What am I thinking? Probably same as normal. Barbell rows, get into some kind of pull down. They have, so my gym like has had a machine that's like been under construction for months. It's like, it's some kind of pull down machine. But I tried it and it sucks. So that was like months of hype for a cool new back machine for nothing. So stick to the basics. Just try to go as heavy as possible. And hopefully at the end of it, got a gnarly pump. So let's get started. All right. Lift complete. Back got thrashed. Yeah, that set of 365, and that much weight's a little over my pay grade. Not there yet. 315, that's probably more like my bread and butter for the rows. Whew. But other than that, back getting thick. Those pullovers were really going hard. Really good squeeze. Those cable rows, I was considering doing a few more of those, honestly. They felt pretty good as well. What can I say? Good ass exercise selection. So, got my post-workout shake. May as well just slam it right now. Dextrose, protein. Look into it. 50 grams of dextrose right after every lift is going to improve your performance over the long term in terms of growth, strength, fullness. It's definitely going to help you. Now, don't let me oversell it. You know, it's all these, a lot of tips, like when I tell you to take your vitamins and you know, take your creatine and your post-workout shakes and whatnot, everything, you know, all of these are marginal improvements, but you know, if you actually get everything on track, then over the long term, you'll definitely do better than had you not, right? In terms of like bodybuilding and long-term muscle growth, your best bet to actually make gains is to just gather knowledge, right? Gather as much knowledge and information as possible. Learn about different kind of splits, different training methodologies, learn how long you should rest a muscle before hitting it again, all sorts of like that. Now, I'm not saying you have to learn it overnight, but over time, just from consuming lifting content, you'll get the gist of it. And if you can then go a step further and apply that to yourself, look at your own variables and your response to training, your metabolism, your sleep schedule, your diet, and if you get everything on track, you're gonna get huge. So let me flame this real quick. God, that is way too sweet. Okay. What else is there to talk about? I'll be in a few, well, not necessarily as of late, but the idea of cutting for summer. What are my thoughts on that? Obviously summertime, you want to show off, right? Go to the pool, beach, vacation, spring break, everything else like that. You want to be nice and lean. So what do I think about that? Yeah, it's legit. I'd rather, if I were to pick, obviously I'd rather be bulking during the colder seasons, and then be cut when it's warmer out. So I didn't line it up like this, it just kind of happened. But when I bulk, pretty much I do like 2 bulks per year and 2 cuts per year. That's sort of how I line it up. So what I end up doing, and that's like just an estimation of how long I've been doing it, but for the last while, what I've been doing is 4 months of bulk, starting at around the beginning of the year. So when did I start this bulk? Like mid-January or something? I don't remember. Something like that. So January, February, March, April, bulking up. This one might even go into May. And then for 2-ish months, I'll cut down. So the way that'll line up is, let's see, do I remember my months? January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Yeah, so the way that lines up, I'll be at my peak cut around July. So, get to be lean in the summertime, look good, hell yeah. So if you're let's say you're a beginner lifter, and let's say you just started lifting right now, what do you want to do? Do you want to jumpstart your cut so you can be lean for summer, or should you start bulking? Well, my opinion for new lifters is always the same. Unless you are like obese, no hate, you're probably just going to want to start off bulking. And I don't mean that in like a crazy, get huge, fat as eat everything in sight style bulk. I just mean that if you're a beginner lifter, your best bet is going to be, go online and look up your maintenance calories on a maintenance calorie calculator. So you'll input your height, your weight, your age, your activity level, all sorts of little bits of information, and it'll tell you how much food you should eat every day to maintain your weight. So if you want to get heavier, and build some muscle, you're gonna have to eat more calories than that number. And you're also going to want to eat about 1 gram of protein for however many pounds you weigh. So if you're a 160-pound dude, you need at least 160 grams of protein. And take your multivitamin, take your Flintstones, try to get some rest, Find some fitness influencers who you can, copy workouts from, and you should be good. But if you are like, kind of not sure whether or not you want to cut or bulk, you may get caught in limbo. I see this a lot where, I go to the same gym like pretty much every year when I go to school. So I see the same people. I've seen it for years. And a lot of things that I hear is like, I don't know if I want to bulk or cut. I'm just kind of lifting. Zero progress is going to be made. You might gain a little muscle over time just from training and eating and maintenance. But I'd say after about a year of like what I'd say called main gaining as a new lifter, doing like a mild bulk and mild cuts, that's probably gonna improve your rate of muscle growth. So yeah, I hear people all the time, I don't know if I should cut or bulk, then they just stay the same. So if you're a new lifter right now, summer's approaching, start bulking up. Who gives a shit? Your goal isn't to look good for any specific reason, right? Like, I'm lifting right now, and I'm not thinking to myself, okay, once I get to this weight, then I'll be able to diet down, and then I'll look good. That'll be perfect. That's all I want. No, it's the way that I'm lifting is like, I want to get huge over time. I want to gain as much muscle as possible over a long period of time. So the way I go about that is I'm bulking up a few months, get kind of soft, and then cut down for a few months, take a break from the bulk, see the progress, and then repeat the cycle. Repeat that loop of bulking and cutting down. So as a beginner, your goal shouldn't be, I would recommend that you wouldn't have a goal of like a specific look or a specific weight. If you can just convince yourself, like, all right, I want to get bigger. And then, you go about your training and your whole lifestyle with that in mind, it's going to give you way better results than somebody who has, a goal of just being 180 pounds. Because once they hit 180, they're going to turn into the guy that's like, I don't know if I want to bulk or if I want to cut. I don't want to lose my abs. I hear that so much. No, I would bulk up, but I don't want to lose my abs. Okay, guess what? It sounds like you just don't want to get big. That's when someone says, I don't want to lose my abs, that just instantly translates in my mind. Yeah, I don't want to be big. I don't want to get any bigger than I am right now. The perversion of leanness has infected the fitness community. It's infected our impressionable youth, right? Everybody just wants to be lean and aesthetic. Come on. Get back to the roots of building some lean, contractile tissue. That's what I want to see. Not 160 pounders and stringers listening to Ziz music. Nothing wrong with hardstyle, but you get what I'm saying. So, what was I even talking about? Okay, if you're a new lifter, start gaining muscle. Do not try to diet down. You have nothing to show off yet. So you're going to want to build that baseline foundation first, and then you can cut down and see what you're working with. So if you want to bulk up, guess what? You got to get some sleep. And that's where I am headed right now. So try to take my vitamins real quick, eat my last few meals, and hit the sack. So I will see you next time. Right. Today is going to be day 51 of the bulk. A little bit of a jump from the last one. Got a little bit busy the last few days. Saturday though, that was sweet. Went to the Arnold. Holy shit! That was the first time I'd been to like a legit fitness expo. It's awesome seeing all the monsters running around. A variety of influencers, TikTokers, all the standard mumbo jumbo. Shit, there's a bunch of you guys that asked me for pictures. Had a little bit of had a few on and off conversations. It was great. The word is spreading. No more sub 200 pounders. Just give it a few more months. So again, people seem to either not watch enough of these videos or just forget what I say when I talk about my split. So I'll bring it up this time. Again, legs, chest and shoulders, back, arms. Okay, now when I say that, people seem to just immediately think that it's a 7-day split. So I do those 4 workouts and then I take 3 days off, and I only hit every body part once per week. And it's like a bro split. Wrong. I just repeat that right at the end of the cycle. So that would be an 8-day split, right? And then some people are freaking out that I'm doing 11 sets of lateral raises for shoulders. They're like, what's the point? I don't understand. So again, I'll break that down. General rule of thumb of my training and how you guys should be lifting as well. You hit everything twice a week. You do reasonably heavy weight, so your sets are actually hard. And then you finish the workout once you are pretty much fully pumped, because that's your cue that you're done. Once you're fully pumped, if you keep doing set after set, just trying to work through it, all you're doing is fatiguing yourself, and you're not going to get any extra benefit, right? When you're legit pumped, skin tight, that's a sign that's a good lift, you're done. And in terms of the amount of sets that I do per lift, that ends up being about 8 to 12, right? So I do 11. I just stick to that number because I've done it for a while. I like it. But, you know, you could do 8 to 12 sets per muscle group per lift. And as long as you go hard on all the sets, you should finish with a crazy pump, and that'll be the end of it. So, just as a little bit of kind of basic gist of how I'm going about lifting. So today, arms. Started on triceps, move on to biceps, and then should be pumped to hell. So somebody asked me if I would write down like the basics of the lift, or like break down the sets and exercises in the description. Then what's your incentive to watch the video? Alright, well, whatever. I gotta drink this pre, then we can go hit arms. God damn it. Should be a gnarly pump. Alright. Arms have been, I've been saying thrashed a lot. What should I say? Eviscerated? Is that a better term? Either way, arm workout was a success. Triceps felt better than biceps on this particular lift. In terms of bis, the pump was feeling a little bit stingy. Like I was really having to work for it. Now, why that is, I don't know, man. This is weightlifting, you know. It's not like a perfect science. And shit'll just feel off some days, whatever. obviously at the end, totally pumped. So maybe it just has something to do with fatigue. Hard to say. So yeah, Arnold, that was sweet as all hell. Booths, I kind of thought they would be handing out a lot more shit. Like, I was kind of disappointed that it was just like pre-workout samples. Everybody was getting Reigns, the little the energy drink, or those Reigns coming out of people's asses. Whew. But yeah, honestly, I wouldn't have. Next time, I got to make a whole weekend out of that and stay for a few days. Because I just went on Saturday, pretty much like open to, I don't know, like 3 or so. So it's definitely cool seeing a congregation of lifters like that. That was the first time I'd been somewhere like with that kind of population. Just seeing it's crazy seeing the 300-pounders walking around. like I definitely don't feel small, but holy shit. Room to grow, as it were. Certainly room to grow. So, in terms of vitamins, I was getting a question about this. What vitamins would I recommend? I said this before in one of the end of the last videos. Just take a men's multivitamin. And that's not gendered speech. Me saying men's multivitamin, 9% of my viewers are guys. So that's pretty much who I'm going to be directing my my advice to. So just get a men's multivitamin. You can get it in a gummy, right? It's not that hard. And just one a day, you'll be good. You're not going to feel much better like the day after you take one. But over time, you know, it's definitely going to make sure you've got enough, you know, shit floating around in your body that all your functions will be working properly. You know, everybody's got a vitamin D deficiency. I know you're not getting enough sun, especially in the wintertime. So why not? Full day of eating is it's pretty much just getting a bunch of comments on everything now about having a full day of eating. It's gonna happen eventually. You know, I like sitting on my phone when I'm eating. So if I gotta record with the phone, it's throwing me off. But it'll come. Just keep an eye open for, you know, bulk day X, full day of eating. I'll make it its own thing, and then another upload of the lift for that day. So just keep an eye out. In terms of the like the pre-workout that I get, like I said in one of the last videos, I just buy the main ingredients in bulk. Like I'll do the citrulline, I think citrulline malate, L-arginine, and caffeine. You know, the caffeine will come in, you can get like 100 milligram capsules, crazy cheap. So depending on how much you want in the pre, you know, you just take the appropriate scoops out of each, throw in the caffeine, and you're good to go. Certainly cheaper than buying a pre-made pre-workout. But, you know, you're also going to have to add it to some kind of flavored drink, like a juice or a Tang or like a 0-calorie something or other, because those chemicals do not taste good. Like just the basic pre-workout ingredients taste like shit. Random, like bitter. Ugh. I remember I tried one with water once, just straight up water. Ooh, my mistake. In terms of like crazy stimulants, like DMAA, stuff like that, I got a comment about this. I have yet to dabble. I don't really feel the need. I'm not a stim junkie. Just the caffeine's been good enough for me now. I definitely think that the stimulant rabbit hole is one that can definitely consume a lot of lifters, or at least like impressionable lifters, right? Because let's think about this. If you got two beginners and one of them is looking up like the craziest, not for human consumption pre-workout, and the other one is watching videos about like how to diet, how to set up your training split, how to make sure you take your right supplements or whatever. Who do you think is going to get bigger over time, even with the same training? The guy who's cracked off his ass on DMAA and 900 milligrams of caffeine like a fool, or the dude who has put his time into things that'll actually elicit results, like diet and training, rather than just getting cracked, shooting your heart rate up to 180 and giving yourself heart palpitations. It's like no good. When I hear people say they're taking like even 500 milligrams of caffeine per lift, it's just, I don't know. When people say that they need a break from caffeine, or they need a tolerance break, at least in like a lifter pre-workout context, I definitely feel like the reasoning behind that is, they reach a point where they get pretty much acclimated to the amount of caffeine that they take at once, and then they want to double up. So instead of just taking the pre-workout with like 200 milligrams of caffeine in it or whatever, they take their pre-workout with an energy drink or two or whatever, just so they can be blitzed out of their mind in the gym and can actually feel like all jittery. I don't think it's going to make you bigger, and for the most part that's my mentality on whether or not something is valuable, right? Am I going to get bigger if I improve my training? Okay, I'll try to work on it. Am I going to get bigger if I improve my diet? Okay, I'll try to work on it. Am I going to get bigger if I try to sleep as much as possible? All right, I'm going to work on it. Am I going to get bigger if I take more caffeine? I don't see the correlation. Maybe, I'm not your dad, but I mean, considering like the normal distribution of muscle development, I think I'm definitely on the higher end. So maybe that's my credentials when it comes to advice. So if you're going crazy on the caffeine, maybe chillax just a little. So I'll just finish it off right there. Really throwing a lot of shade at stim junkies with this speech, but whatever. Oh shit, dextrose shake. Is drinking a dextrose shake after my lift's gonna make me bigger? Yes. All right, here it is. Dextrose. Watch another video if you want the explanation. God, I gotta slam this shit. All right, I'll slam this after this. I'm gonna go home, take my vitamins, and go to bed. God damn it. So we're getting close to halfway through the bulk. You guys are getting huge too if you're doing it. So I will see you next time. All right, this is gonna be day 50. I think 59. Legs. Got some legs to do tonight. Excited. So I had to take a little bit of a break from squatting because like my adductor was really tight. That's sort of like, that's the muscle that squeezes your legs together. So you're starting to get a little up. So I took like 2 weeks off squatting, but it felt good last time, so should feel even better this time. But unrelated to that, I mean, standard procedure It's just gonna do all of hamstrings first. Variety of, different versions of the seated hamstring curls. Maybe I'll throw in some RDLs of some kind. Then warm up the quads a little bit on leg extension, hit some squats, and then just keep slamming quads, be it via machine leg press or more leg extension, maybe some pendulum squat, maybe some Smith machine sissy squats. A lot of exercises at my disposal, so try to figure out what's going to feel the best and then just go hard. So no point dilly-dallying. Let's get started. Whew. All right, legs done. Even without squats, still a crazy pump. But the only reason I didn't squat, my adductor hurts. Maybe I should do some kind of like massage, PT, stretching, whatever. I don't know how I felt up either. I didn't do something where I felt it. It's just kind of been nagging me. But, I definitely attribute a lot of my quad growth to leg extensions. Honestly, yeah, leg extensions. That's pretty much my favorite quad exercise. Like if I had to pick just one to do perpetually, probably gonna be leg extensions. Because what's the point of bodybuilding training, right? For the most part, isolation work. When you have chest day, you got a whole day dedicated to chest. Back, same thing, all back. So legs, you finish hamstrings, you do a bunch of crazy hamstring curls. Quads, in terms of just activating the quads, leg extensions is bread and butter. So, still gonna squat, but honestly, I probably could have today, but I know I just would have hurt myself more. So, damn, yeah, what fit it was doing those RDLs, that pulled it just a little, just enough to me. So, I've been sipping on this, the dextrose shake. So, right after every lift, 50 grams of dextrose, a few scoops of protein. It's just gonna launch nutrients into your muscles. Because dextrose is basically like the simplest sugar you can get your hands on, right? Like table sugar and candy, it's still multiple carbohydrate molecules, like multiple glucose molecules connected together. So they gotta jump through a few extra steps of digestion. But with the dextrose, it's just straight up like glucose, right? And that's the shit that's in your blood when you eat some kind of carb and you digest it. So what's gonna happen is instantly you're gonna spike your blood glucose, which is gonna trigger, your body to release some insulin, which is gonna just send that all out and, get to, what's the word? Give you some good nutrient partitioning, right? I'm not gonna say one way or the other that, the anabolic window, that time right after you lift where you need to eat food to improve your results. I'm not gonna say that's like 100% real, but logically, after you work out, your body's in a stress state, tired, more than likely you've got some cortisol floating around, not good for you. So the sooner you can get fuel, the better. Just makes sense. Yeah, that's sweet as all hell. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's fucking go home. So I got my spring break. I got a week off next week. So in terms of how that's going to affect these videos, it's not. I mean, they're still going to keep coming out. But, you know, you guys have been asking for it. So, I would not be surprised if you look at your YouTube notifications or your recommended page and you see a full day of eating soon. How do I get all this food in? How the hell does that happen? I guess I have no point talking about it now. You'll see it then. Let's see, what else? So I've said this before, warrants mentioning. People that skip legs, what the I don't get it. I don't understand what you're doing. It's, if you're just a gym goer, you know, like, your goal is just to go to the gym, whatever, I don't know, I guess, if you're not, like, that serious about it, then, you know, just do what you like. So if you just like hitting chest and shoulders and arms, you know, whatever. If that's actually just, you know, what you want to do, there's not really any shame in it. But, you know, if you're an actual, you know, meathead at heart, and, you know, you're going to the gym every day, you're trying to get huge, or at least, you know, that's the mindset that you want to have, how are you going to neglect any muscle group, right? Why would you think to yourself, wow, I want to look like this guy. Man, that guy's legs are huge. Wow, that guy's back is huge. Why would you have that sort of, like, admiration mentality towards something, but then not want to put the work in to achieve it? Right? It just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, similarly to that, on like a tiny bit of a tangent, the same thing sort of goes for having a favorite muscle group to hit and a least favorite muscle group to hit. I mean, for me, I like it all. You know, they're all different, of course. Like, arm day, in terms of general fatigue, is probably the easiest. Not to say I'm going easy, but, you know, it's the least fatiguing, and it's cool to have an arm pump. You know, your arms look huge. It's sweet. Chest is to lift some heavy-ass weight. And then I also love getting a sweet chest pump. Same for back, same for legs. I mean, you know, if your goal is to get big and to, like, build your body in all aspects, the idea of, like, repeating to yourself, wow, I hate leg day. Oh, wow, I don't really like back day. Or, you know, whatever muscle group, you know, insert for you. Just thinking that, you're setting yourself up to have a worse workout for that specific body part. You know? Now, I'm not going to tell you, you know, man up, don't complain, whatever. But, you know, I'm just sort of elaborating the fact that if you associate something with a negative mentality, you know, guess what's going to happen? You're going to start to neglect that specific muscle group. If somebody thinks to themselves, man, I don't like working out arms, what body part do you think they're most likely going to skip? Arms. You know, if you want to get big as all over, you got to hit it all over. So, even if you still want to say to yourself, man, leg day is hard. Like, even me, you know, I'll, like, I was just thinking, a lot of the times on legs especially, I'll be thinking about the leg day days before. I wouldn't call it like dreading it, but I would describe it more so as like feeling an anxious anticipation. Because I'm like, oh shit, leg day, that's going to be hard. Because, I mean, in terms of all the body parts that I hit in my split, legs is the most exerting, it's the most exhausting. But, you know, I don't use that as a negative, right? At the end of the workout, as long as I went actually hard, I get to say to myself, wow, that's a good ass hump, hell yeah, even though it was hard. So, you if you can't stop yourself from saying, man, I hate arm day, figure out some way to embrace the difficulty. It's like, man, I hate this shit. Come on. You know, as silly as that sounds. But, you know, the more, I say this all the time, the more excited you can be in the gym, the more hyped up. Consistently, you know, the guy who's always happy to hit his sets and to finish his workout and get his sweat going, that guy's going to perform way better than anybody else with, you know, a less enthusiastic approach, right? Everybody's heard the saying, the guy who likes walking is going to go further than the guy who likes the destination, right? So if you can, you know, figure out a way, you know, by, you know, adapting your training to your own specific needs, you know, making sure you have a split that's effective for you and that you can maintain, and, you know, picking exercises and workouts that are actually effective, then it'll be that much easier for you to enjoy working out. And then, I say this a lot, I mean, it's just a positive feedback loop. The more effort you put in, the more you're going to get out, right? Like, let's say you're a beginner lifter. You just spent, or you've been seeing a lot of fitness TikTok. A few of your buddies are lifting. You know, they're like, hey man, come on, let's go to the gym. Come on, just come hit arms with us. Like, you know, you start to get that itch that you're like, oh shit, all right, I do want to get big. So, you know, let's say you watch some how-to basic like info. You just start consuming knowledge. You figure out a good beginner split. You know, you look up some guys, you know, basic chest day, basic back day. You get a basic approach to working out. You know, if you actually stick to that for, yeah, I mean, if you're actually going hard, even a month, you will notice changes. Be it in strength, you know, how you look, and then what's going to happen after you start to see results? You're going to want more results. Then you're going to put more effort into like obtaining information, making your split more optimal for you. Then you're going to get even better results. More and more, 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 more. It's just like a constant feedback loop. But, you know, a lot of people will sort of maybe get on that loop for one rotation, maybe two, and then they reach a stagnation point, right? You know, they'll lift for a while, they'll feel to themselves, hey, I mean, I know what I'm doing, and then they'll just keep doing the same shit every day. Like, they go at the gym with the same mentality, you know, they're not changing their diet, you know, they're not going through gaining phases and dieting phases. They've pretty much plateaued, and they're just maintaining a physique that, you know, they're comfortable with having. But, you know, with just a little bit more effort, they could be improving. And I mean, name one person who doesn't want to be bigger or stronger or leaner. I mean, you know, you get to walk, you only got one body, man. Why wouldn't you want to be fat ass? So, you get what I'm saying. If you're a beginner, you got about a month, maybe 2 months, where it might be hard because you haven't seen your results yet. And that's where a lot of people quit. You know, everybody knows New Year's lifters. The gym's packed with newbies for like 2 weeks, and then boom, fizzles out because they're like, this is hard. I'm going home. I'm done with this. You know, I mean, in a perfect world, I mean, not everybody wants to get jacked, but you know, I wouldn't mind seeing some more freaks walking around. That's just what I like. Being huge, goddammit. And I'm not even there yet. More mass to gain. That's the whole point of this bulk. So, getting close to home. I got a few more meals to finish. I already took my vitamins. Hell yeah. So then I just got to go to bed. chest day tomorrow, I'm starting to think that I will go to a different gym because I want to touch some dumbbells that will actually be heavy. I'm talking 170s at least. So hopefully, once I pull up to the lift, it'll be a new gym. We'll have to see how that lines up. So, see you next time, goddammit. Holy shit. Day number 60. Spring bulk day number 60, goddammit. It's my spring break right now, so I already got everything packed up. I'm going straight from the gym to home. So, back day. Same as usual. Probably gonna start with something heavy. That's usually my mindset with every muscle group. You start with something where you can go as heavy as possible, and then as the workout progresses, you focus more so on getting a really good contraction and a super good pump. Because, that's pretty much one of the signs of having a good lift, is if you get pumped at the end of it. So probably bent over rows, love them. Lat pull downs, love them. Cable rows, machine. I'm not a huge fan of dumbbell rows. It's just kind of, you'd have to, if you can go heavy on them, then you know what I'm talking about when I say that whenever I do heavy dumbbell rows, I really feel a lot of like pressure in my abs, right? Because you're loading your torso off axis, so you're using your obliques to counteract it. And part of me kind of thinks that the more you work your obliques, that's going to be like the sides of your abs. To a point, I definitely think you're going to thicken up your waist. So I'd rather just do stuff right in line, both arms at once, usually. So I'll throw some little things in there too. So, yeah, if I wait, let's go get back. Whew. I do not know. My back was killing me today. Oh my goodness. Either way, still hit the weights. Good intensity. I was excited. Got a sweet ass pump. And what else can you ask for, right? So I got a bit of a long drive home. Yeah, you can see in the back I got my bin of dirty laundry, and duffel bag full of like my protein powder and my vitamins and everything else. So I got 2 hours to kill. Let's see what else do we want to talk about. I don't know. Honestly, it gets a little bit repetitive for me to say, like, oh, you got to be excited in the gym. You just got to go, man. Just man up and go. You got to go hard. Load up some weight. Because, for me, like, that's just like what I'm wired to do. I don't need to be, like, I don't need anyone else telling me to hit the weight, right? I'm just hardwired to do it. Like, if I'm tired, whatever, still hit the gym. It's just my thing. So if you've watched these for a little while, you would know that I don't deadlift, right? You never see me warming up for a deadlift. I just don't see the benefit. Sure, you're definitely going to be tired afterwards, so it's a fatiguing movement, but it just works so many muscles at once, right? Like, if you were to do legit sets of deadlift, your hamstrings are going to get up in the sense of, they're going to be worked. Same with your glutes, same with your lower back, same with your upper back. It's just going to be so fatiguing that I just don't see the bodybuilding, muscle growth aspect to outweigh the difficulty of the set. I'd rather spend the same amount of energy that I would doing heavy deadlifts on, barbell rows or lat pull downs or, any other more isolated lift. Almost forgot my dextrose shake. You gotta remind me of this shit. So, post-workout, every lift, I've been doing this for like a year and a half or so. 50 grams of dextrose. I might go a little lighter on it if I'm dieting, just because, it's still carbs. So I kind of want to spread my food out throughout the day if I'm trying to lose weight. But for the most part, 50 grams of dextrose, 50 grams of protein shake, protein powder post-workout. The benefit, you're going to spike your insulin like nothing else. If you look up I forget what it's called, the glycemic index. So that's essentially a rating scale of 0 to 100 of, a variety of foods on how, well, pretty much just how intensely they're going to spike your blood sugar, right? Something like a potato or like a sweet potato or oatmeal, those are going to be low on the glycemic index because they're more complex carbs. They take a little while to digest. Whereas, another little step up from that, let's call it like a fruit or something, that's going to be a little bit higher, maybe close to like, I can't tell you, maybe 40 or so. I'm just guessing. It's a scale of 0 to 100. And table sugar, that's, I think sucrose, whatever. It's like 2 glucose molecules combined. That's about a 66. Whereas dextrose, the king of all carbs in terms of insulin spiking ability, is going to be a 100. You cannot get a simpler carb than dextrose. So post-workout, you're going to want to eat the simplest carb you can get your hands on, dextrose, with a little bit of protein. And guess where it's going to go once you swallow it, right? Straight to your bloodstream, and then coincidentally, or whatever adjunct word I was about to use that would be, grammatically correct, it's going to go to your muscles. It's going to refuel your muscles. It's going to keep you progressing. Let's slam it. One unfortunate aspect of it is it tastes gross because you just added 50 grams of sugar to your protein shake. It's unsettlingly sweet. But if you're a real lifter, who cares how it tastes? You want to eat for performance. I don't eat for enjoyment. I don't necessarily believe that 100%. But I mean, if you get down to it, you're not going to want to just eat whatever you want. If you want to actually grow and make progress in the gym, diet is going to be a huge aspect. The number one factor that you're going to want to watch out for in your diet is the quantity of food that you're eating, right? Your caloric intake total throughout the day, because that's what's going to determine whether or not you gain weight or lose weight. It's pretty simple math. I get enraged when I hear or when I see posts of someone who is let's just say someone who is bulking too hard, when they say calories in the amount of calories you eat don't affect how much fat you have. Ooh, I hate to break it to you, it does. That is just completely false, right? And the reason why your caloric intake is the most important factor in terms of gaining weight or losing weight is because you could eat literal garbage and still lose weight, right? Like if your daily calorie expenditure, right, the amount of calories that you burn just being alive every day is, let's call it 2,500. If you ate 1,800 calories worth of donuts, ice cream, and chicken wings, but you still only ate 1,800, like you hit 1,800, you stop eating for the day, guess what? You're going to lose weight. And if you do that long enough, if you stay in a calorie deficit long enough, shit, you could even get shredded eating that kind of garbage. And vice versa, you know, you could eat the healthiest foods imaginable, at least, you know, in terms of just like general, what's the word? Like general reputation, right? Like I'm sure people would consider grilled chicken to be healthy, or like fried vegetables, or I don't know, what else do people call, what kind of carb do people call healthy? Wheat, whole wheat bread, the healthier option. If you ate all healthy foods like that, but you ate higher than your daily caloric expenditure, guess what? You're going to gain weight. Now, you know, if you couple lifting with both of those scenarios, then you're either going to build muscle or maintain muscle. You'll build muscle while you gain weight, and you'll probably maintain most of your muscle while you lose it. So when people ask me about, like, how much food should I eat for my bulk? For one thing, you have to track it. Like, you got to be OCD every time you eat something. You're reading the label, plug it into your phone, just get some kind of like MyFitnessPal app, whatever. And you got to just figure out how much food you're eating. So if you manage to actually track all your food, let's call it a week, and that's just as much food as you're hungry for, and you're not, you know, gaining or losing weight, then that's going to be a pretty good baseline of your daily calorie expenditure. So if you want to lose weight and get leaner, you're going to have to eat less than that. And if you want to gain weight and get bigger, you're going to have to eat more than that. Now, how the individual macros like protein, fats, and carbs come into play, that's where you got to be another level of dedicated. Because rather than just counting the calories and having them add up to a specific number, you've got to count the amount of grams of protein that you eat in a day and the amount of grams of fats and carbs, because that's what more hardcore lifters are counting, right? If somebody at your gym is bigger than you by a substantial amount, like they're actually impressive, more likely than not, they're making sure they eat 200 grams of protein a day. And they're eating, you know, 100 or 50 grams of fat per day, and however many grams of carbs per day. Now, this kind of stuff, you're just gonna have to look it up and figure it out, honestly. If you're a 150-pound dude, you probably eat maybe 2,000 calories a day max. You're gonna have to start eating more. So there's no such thing as a fast metabolism, right? When people say, "Oh, I can't gain any weight, I got a fast metabolism." Oh, well, how much food do you eat? Dude, I eat a lot. You don't know how much I eat. I gotta listen to my phone give me directions. But yeah, I eat so much, dude, you don't even know. Well, guess what? You are not gonna get big with that mentality, right? You gotta man up, look at yourself, and realize, man, maybe I'm not eating as much as I thought. And, you know, just start scarfing it down. This isn't necessarily this isn't the specific piece of content that you're going to want to watch if you want my actual advice and like numerical values for dieting. I'll probably talk about that really in depth when I do full day of eating, and then after this bulk series is over and when I'm actually doing I don't know, what should I even call it, Summer cut. I don't know. It'll be a cool title. But once I'm dieting, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about different kind of macros and whatever. So get some rest, eat your meals, do your 30 minutes of cardio. I know you guys are skipping it. You're not doing it. You're not doing your cardio, asshole. I'm looking right at you. You're not doing your cardio. Guarantee it. You should. 30 minutes every day. Just build up a little bit of a sweat. I'm out. I'm out of here. It's in this. See you next time. I'm sure a good portion of you guys, at least the ones who are still in some kind of academia, be it high school or college, that this Monday, which for me is today, but for you is yesterday, whatever, was a bit of a wake-up call for you. You got 1 week off to chill. Don't even think about any of your assignments. I mean, I make this little analogy a lot. If you were to do the time, if you were to do like a screen time analyzation of my brain on my thoughts, well, obviously top spot is going to be anything lifting related, be it the lifts, weight, recovery, is just different kinds of training, whatever. But nowhere on that list in this past week was canvas. And I tell you what, I was not complaining about that one bit. But getting close to done. Getting close to done. Just a couple more classes left. And then we can really just focus on what matters. The gym. Getting out of what we're going to do today, I'm going to change my chest day up a little bit. See how I like it. So typically, if you've watched any of these chest days, I mean, even since the beginning of the year, obviously the volume has been kind of fluctuating a little bit, but the chest days themselves have pretty much been identical in their basic outlined framework, skeleton, whatever you want to call it. Always starting with some kind of heavy pressing movement, followed by more isolation, potentially like cable press or flies or things like that. And then that's pretty much it. But today I think I'm going to change it up a little. Instead of just starting off with like incline bench, which is really the only heavy pressing movement I have available at this gym, I'm going to start off with just cable press. So rather than start off with a set where what I'm really trying to maximize is, well, I guess just the reps with as much weight as I can handle, I want to do 3.5 plates, potentially 4 plates in the future. Not for the sake of doing 4, but just for the sake of pushing myself and doing a set for the most amount of weight that I can get, around 8 reps with. And as you do that over time, especially in a bulk, you should progressively overload. So the point isn't necessarily for me to hit a certain bench number. Obviously, I mean, I do feel kind of cool, like benching 3 plates and whatever, but the point is really just doing a heavy set for as much weight as I can do for about 8 to 10. That's kind of what I like. But instead of just doing that today, I'm going to start off with a lighter squeezing movement first. So instead of going into those heavy pressing, incline bench, unpumped, warm, but unpumped, I'm going to do a few sets of, I think, cable press. That may be subject to change. I've got to actually get in there and see what's open and what I feel like. But I'm going to do 1 or 2 sets. Actually, no, I think 2 of a movement where I'm not gonna, like, if I fail a rep, I'm not worried about crushing myself to with a bunch of weight on the bar. So cable press, maybe machine bench, I've got to see. But I'm going to start off with 2 sets of that and then go do incline. So if when I move on to incline bench, the weight suffers and I can only do 275 instead of, let's say I'm fresh and I could get 365, that doesn't really bother me. Really, the only thing that I'm trying to maximize And I'd say if you sort of follow this rule of thumb, it'll be conducive with some gains. I mean, maybe, of course, I'm not saying in complete factuality, but I kind of believe it. If you can just maximize the intensity of every set, then, to an extent, I don't think pushing the weight will matter too much. Of course, I want to have variability in my training, so I like really heavy sets kind of offset with lighter squeezing sets. But if you were to just do moderate weight, or if I were to just go in here and do, like 225, okay, maybe not 225, that might be a little bit too light for me. But let's say 275, incline, stuff like that. And instead of just seriously going for as much weight as possible, I think if I were to just do more controlled reps, squeeze, and of course go hard and still finish with a pump, I do think I would still get results. But either subconsciously, I don't think that is going to be the best case scenario for me, or maybe I just don't like the idea of not doing a lot of heavy weight. But if you go into the gym and you make sure that, let's say you do 8 sets for your workout, or you do an 8-set chest day, it does whatever amount of volume you do. The weight, let's say you're off, you're not as strong as you typically are, maybe you had a bad day, whatever, it's just something's off. If you can't do your most amount of weight for 8 reps and you have to do like 50 pounds less, but you still push yourself to failure, you still actually do a crazy set, then that's a good set. I think what I'm really trying to say is don't focus so much on the numbers themselves that you're lifting. Focus more so on trying to make each set that you do, push yourself to ideally max exertion every time. I'm not a perfect lifter. I don't do that every time, but I want to. I feel like I'm getting deja vu. I've said that exact little phrase before. As time progresses, especially back when I was a beginner, I used to do 25 sets for a single body part per day. So 25 sets of tricep pushdowns with different handles, of course. I know for a fact those sets were not all pushing it as hard as I could. And over the course of time, as I've gotten smarter and just trained for longer, I've sort of gotten more adept at being able to go that hard. Pushing yourself like that on your sets, it is a skill, which you will improve over time. But I think that's enough of this little chat. Let's just park this mofo and get started. I have got to replenish my kitchen. I need a variety of things. I'm not going to record in there because I'm actually in a little bit of a rush. But speaking of specials, I've got a pretty poor track record. But did somebody say full day of eating? Did somebody say that? I don't know. I thought I heard that. Keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out. I'm not saying tomorrow or the next day, but just keep your eyes peeled. Just a little bit of a, oh, that guy just really tried to sideswipe me. Just keep your eyes peeled for it. It is a pretty big part of this whole bulk. But again, it's going to be just as silly as always with treats and meats and variety of dairy products as per usual. I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Solid chest day. I am, you know what I need? I need to get on a solid sleep schedule. So I gotta get home, finish off all the rest of my meals, chill, play little games, and then go to sleep. I'll try to enjoy my free time for now before things ramp up until finals week. I feel like I have an interesting, and let's call it poor style of studying. It's almost like, I don't know, maybe I'm just lazy, but I need the pressure of like, okay, I have to study in the next one day or I'm going to fail. I almost need that to make me start looking over practice problems and stuff. I'm trying to change that up, but that's just kind of how it ends up being. Like if this is my urgency level, it's like, 2 days before, holy shit. But I'll work on that on my own. That's unrelated to lifting. But solid chest day, I don't know. I don't know if I loved that starting off with the cable press. Just didn't really I don't know, I feel like it didn't really hit me like I like, but I just still stuck with it just for the sake of trying something different than normal. But yeah, I think I still like starting off with the heavy stuff and then moving on to lighter squeezing movements, at least for chest. I feel like I train every muscle in a slightly different way. Like with something like chest, I think well, not even I think, I know that I like heavy pressing in the beginning, get progressively lighter as I get weaker until I feel like I want to move on to fly cable press based movements to, really get a good burn and pump. But for something like biceps, I kind of feel like I just like doing as much weight as I can handle for the whole workout. So it would be as if I just stayed on incline bench for all 5 or 6 sets or whatever. Like that's kind of how I do buys. Even though I change up the movements, even if I'm doing a preacher curl or a normal dumbbell curl, every set is pretty much as I can handle for about 10 or 12. With triceps, sometimes I start off with lighter squeezing movements and then move on to some heavy pressing. It's just kind of, I don't know, just kind of how I go about it. And well, I don't know. I think it's really just kind of a feeling thing. Like I'm sure all of us, even though we all have the same, brain, we have the same sort of muscles, we still kind of think differently. Everybody's approach to everything and their thought processes are all slightly different. So following that logic, it would kind of imply that we all sort of have different mental cues of actually flexing whatever muscle we're hitting. So, for one dude, maybe his chest days are the best and he can go the hardest when he starts off with more of like a machine or a cable press or something like that, and then move on to something like a barbell or Smith, and then finish with flies again. Or, somebody like me, maybe they like really pushing at the beginning after a proper warm up, and then finishing with, lighter squeezing movements. So, to that extent, it's just kind of, well, not even just kind of, it's gonna benefit you to try out different sort of styles like that and then see what actually works, or maybe not even what works, but what you like. Don't forget, I'm not just following some random routine which was written out for me, and I'm not like behind it 100%. I'm like, oh, I gotta go do this workout. And all the stuff that I do, this whole routine, I like doing it. So it's not hard for me to keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you've got a workout and maybe you've written it out or you copied it from like a different YouTuber, or when I guess everybody, they're a lifter before they're a YouTuber, but like a different lifter or bodybuilder or whatever, and you just sort of copy their lifts blindly. And for you, you're always just like, ugh, God, I hate this back day. Ugh. Is it you hate training back? Or maybe are you just doing a back workout that just doesn't necessarily jive with your build? We're thinking about. I could definitely do a workout which for someone they would love. Like they would love it. Like all sorts of random drop sets and stuff or whatever. But for me, I'm like, I don't want to do this. I'd rather do this and that, whatever else. You know? So if you can sort of try to rearrange your workouts into such a way that you're doing things that you like the workout you're doing, and you can sort of get hyped up to do each set back to back to back. And it's not going to be difficult for you to go in on a day-to-day basis. Right? It's not hard to play 3 hours of Warzone because you like doing it. So if you've got a workout routine that is just feels like a chore, you don't like it, the set's just you just try something else. Try changing it up. Because nobody, I mean, it's hard to do shit on a day-to-day basis if you don't like doing it. That's what really would take some discipline. But I almost feel like I'm spoiled. When it comes to like, even when you feel like shit, you got to go in and do the work. I don't, I do, I can relate to that. I can get hyped up by that. But I don't really relate to it because this is what I want to do. It's what I like. And the routine is kind of catered to what I like doing as well as what I think is going to be beneficial for me in a progress standpoint. So just I don't know, man. I guess just keep that in mind. So if you got a particular part of your training that you don't necessarily love, maybe try to just tweak it, work it around your own. What's the word? After a relatively long mom and son Christmas trip excursion. It's finally time for the highlight of my day, aka the pump. The pump, the lift. I was about to say pumping iron, but I kind of already said pump once. So you know what I'm saying, right? The gym trip. Always a good, positive blip on the daily radar. I'm in a little bit of a rush though. It's 7:54, and to my disgruntlement, Planet Fitness has made the executive decision to not be 24/7 in every location, but on the weekends and Fridays to close at 9. Ooh, not cool, but it's not that bad. So 1 hour for arms. That sounds about right. That's pretty much right. I mean, it's not like there's a cut and dry rule, of course, but for any singular muscle group, so I'm talking, even if you're doing a push day, right? Chest first. How long does it take you to finish chest? And right, let's say you do a normal amount of sets, maybe 8, even 10-ish. Not saying that one is better than the other. Just if you're doing hard sets, you only take a few minutes of rest in between, and then you do another one. As long as there's no fluff, I'd say around 30, 45-ish minutes in, should be about done, right? Not to say, or not to bash anybody who's in there shorter than that, or anybody who's in there longer than that, but that's just kind of what I found to be about as much time as it takes. Now, of course, sometimes I'll take longer. I mean, if there's people in the gym who I know, then I'm going to be a little bit more prone to take my time purely due to, chatting in between sets. But that's not such a long chat session that I feel like I lose my pump. This is something which I feel a little bit hypocritical about, because when I'm lifting, I'll stop and talk to somebody I know, or some of the boys, whatever. Have a little chit chat. You kind of do your set, and then maybe you walk to the other side of the gym, say a one-liner, and then turn back around to your bench, like stuff like that. But it's always very brief. I know I've got my own sets to do, and I'm not gonna. At least I'm gonna try not to let anything get in the way of that. But after my lift is done, and I'm pretty much let's just say free from my obligation to do my sets, then I'm chilling. My workout's over. I get to kind of hang out a little. So sometimes if I talk to somebody and they're a little bit, well, maybe I'm a little bit too distracting to them, sometimes I have to say, okay, do a set. Come on, man. Like, I guess it's whatever. But for the most part, try not to let anybody distract you. You've got your normal rest time, and whatever you do in that rest period it's up to you, man. You could bust out a puzzle. You can just play on your phone. But once you're rested, that's your cue to turn that shit off. Play I've been listening to this all day. Play till further notice on max volume, and then throw around 3 plates for as many reps as possible to failure, right? So that's sort of my stance on the matter there. Yeah, arms is going to be the same as normal. It almost feels like it's not worth getting into. Some push downs of a couple varieties, maybe some heavy sets. Maybe I'll try to jerry rig a plate onto the stack, or maybe I'll just do a lot of light squeezing sets. I think the most important thing at the end of the day is that your sets are difficult, and that for a fact, without delusion, that you really pushed yourself. So, I could go into the gym and I could only do like 30-pound single arm push downs and just really seriously squeeze it, right? And do 6 sets of that. I'd be satisfied with it. Same thing with curls. I could just do 30-pound concentration curls bent over, just sit here, squeeze, right? And then be done. I wouldn't want all my lifts to be like that, because I think having a variation of really heavy sets and lighter squeezing sets is going to be good for you. Just stimulates you in all sorts of good ways and whatever. But it doesn't necessarily matter the exact balance. As long as it's relatively even, right? Just, do whatever feels good. Maybe if one day my elbows were a little bit extra tender, I'd be much less prone to try to go super heavy. I don't want to hurt myself. So I'll just do lighter sets like that and focus on squeezing. So it's it's kind of my stance on the matter when it comes to the weight. But that's all I got, man. Let's just get in there, get started quick. Considering I'm in a rush, or not, I mean, it's enough time for a good workout, but I prefer a little more time. Um, but since I really kind of would prefer to get right into it, then I'm a bit more likely to start off with a light squeezing movement for arms at least. Chest I always go heavy, back I always go heavy, but with arms, if I only have, let's just say 30 minutes for tries, I don't want to spend 10 of them warming up, going heavier and heavier and heavier until I can do as much weight as I can do for 15 or something on straight bar pushdowns. I got to kind of jump right into it. So I don't have to warm up as much and just jump straight to, 20-pound single arm extensions, squeeze it really hard, because then I can get straight into my working sets. But that first working set is also sort of a warm up, because then, right afterwards, I'm ready to push around a lot of weight. That's something which I've kind of been a little bit, I've sort of rethought my approach to some of these lifts a little bit, because for the most part, the last few years, in my mind, this is how I want the workout to look, or this is what I thought to myself. Like, I want that first set to be as much weight as possible. That first set is the craziest one, because in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm fresh. That's when I can throw around the most amount of weight, do the most amount of damage in a good way, not like a tendon off the bone kind of way. And then as I progress the lift, I should get weaker. So every set should have to get lighter and lighter from the beginning. But it starts off at the peak, which I don't think is a terrible workout. I mean, for chest, I still do like doing it like that. But for other body parts, sometimes I like starting off with lighter squeezing stuff. So looping back to what I was saying earlier, don't get too frustrated with like, okay, how do I rearrange my workout to hit everything? I mean, cut it back to the basics, man. Go in the gym, do your sets hard of whatever kind, change it up, eat your food, get some sleep. That's it. You'll kind of almost come up with a style on your own just because you'll realize what you like and what you don't like. So, I can feel the caffeine hit me. I'm starting to get extra rambly. Let's just cut to that first working set for tries. If I had to guess, I'm thinking cross body extensions, but who knows? It could really be anything. So let's find out. That is one thing I do prefer during the pose down. I want a mirror in front of me. I want a big old mirror so I can, well, just so I can freaking see what I look like, So let's get out of here. Lift done, arms pumped. My right one still feels a little funky. I'm not sure what's wrong with me either. I don't really think that it's like a muscular pull. It's kind of just like a so let me just break it down for the sake of, if anybody has gone through the exact same situation and has, a perfect fix. But basically it's this arm, but you get the gist. So right here, if my bicep is like a big rectangle, it's up here kind of on this top right quadrant, real deep. And it's like something about my pronation. I don't know. I do not know. I'm not sure what I should do to go about fixing it. I've had similar kind of aches like that, like in my forearm, to the point where like, curls and certain kinds of pressing would really flare it up. And I fixed that one just by rubbing it to shit with like with a lacrosse ball, or like a massage gun would probably be good, but I just used like a dowel, like a round dowel, and just sat there and just like broke apart whatever fibers were doing something bad inside of there. But I don't know, maybe that would be good for the right one. Maybe I'm just overthinking it and I just gotta give myself some deep tissue work, which, oh man, that is something I got to look into for just the overall build. You know, the videos where like the PT guy has like a, looks like a butter knife, and they just sit there and they like really get into the fascia of like your lats. And I think part of the reason why I haven't done that yet is it looks very uncomfortable. Like if you've ever seen those videos of like deep tissue bodybuilding massage therapy kind of, well, therapy sessions where they're really getting in deep to all your, looks like hell. But maybe that's one of the situations where it's like, you know, what you want in terms of benefit is hidden underneath what you don't want in terms of, you know, upfront cost slash commitment. In a bodybuilding context, there's some gains to be had, you know. Maybe my lats are really knotted up. So if somebody gets in there with their full body weight on like a thumb level of area, just breaking everything apart, I'll have a wider lat spread, be able to get a better stretch on my pull downs, and then consequently probably get more blood in them during my sets, get a gnarlier pump sooner. Not that that's the whole point of the lift. Like I want to stimulate the muscle with weight too, but you get what I'm saying. Maybe I should roll out. Maybe that would be a good little beginner step before jumping straight into like, you know, having a trained professional give me the worst pain of my life. Because when it comes to rolling out and stretching, um, ugh, I don't. Shit, it has been a long time. Actually, no. I, for whatever reason, whenever I diet down, I like stretching, just because I kind of have less to do during the day. Because when I'm bulking up, I mean, I'm eating a lot of food kind of all the time. It's like it's a chore, right? It's something that you actually kind of have to constantly be not just thinking about, but actually acting upon, you know, having a plate of food in front of you as often as possible, really. So whenever I diet down, I feel like I do extra stuff like that. You know, get my hamstrings nice and loose. Because when I really stretch, if I stretch for a couple weeks, the straddle where you sit down and spread your legs at 90 and then you try to like touch your face to the ground. I can get that low. I think I'm just being lazy. I should start stretching up. Just being mobile, you're better off for sure. So I'm not muscle bound. I wouldn't say I'm absolutely muscle bound yet. I mean, I know for a fact I can hop on a diving board and bust out a couple flips easy, but I'm definitely tight. And when I'm bulking up, especially, I get even tighter just because, well, I kind of feel like being full of carbs, being full of food, having all my muscles nice and, I mean, I don't want to say full three times in the same sentence, but, you know, nice and full, they get kind of, you know, tenser. So really, I think I've been going about it the wrong way. I should stretch more when I'm bulking up. I should, you get it. But, you know, eh, I, I don't know if it's absolutely necessary. But yeah, it's probably good for you, you know. Maybe that's something I need to look into more. But other than that, yeah, the routine has just been get up, drive to the gym, cardio, do the sauna sometimes, just for fun, 15 minutes. Get out, dry off a little bit, come back, take a nap, more food, chill, do whatever I have to do that day. And then we're here for the lift. Go home, eat some more food, and repeat the process. I think I said this exact sort of speech in the last video, but I'll just say it again, whatever. Even though the days are repetitive, even though every day I'm really just doing the same thing as the last day and the one before that and hundreds before that. If actually I'm beyond 1,000. I'm like 5-ish years, a little more, maybe 5 and a quarter. Let's just say 5. 5 years lifting. That's what? Let's do some quick math. 1,800 days. We're coming up on 2,000 with minimal, well, actually with no periods of time off, apart from the occasional rest days for, you know, situations like sickness or injury or whatever. Right? It's the same thing day after day, but it's all kind of working towards a greater end goal. And I feel kind of funky when I say that because I don't necessarily have like a specific end goal. Like, I'm not doing this because I want to like win a bodybuilding show or like because I don't, that's kind of not the point for me. I just sort of like it. So even though there's not a specific like peak, which I'm like, okay, that's what once I get there, I'll be happy. Once I get there, I'll be satisfied. It's not really like that. I think in a way I'm kind of spoiled because my goal is kind of just to go through the process of improvement. So it's almost like it doesn't matter what my trajectory is because as long as I'm on even just a slight positive week after week, month after month, then I'm perfectly satisfied, you know. So it's so if your thing is like I want to be this, I want to beat so and so, I want to not going to knock you. I mean, a lot of people have, or a lot of total freaks have had that kind of mentality. Like, as soon as I saw, I mean, I'm sure any actual Olympia dudes, when they were starting out, they're like, I'm gonna be Mr. Olympia one day, or anything, any LeBron James or any total freak in any aspect of life or aspect of competition. Let's say, they kind of aimed high like that, but it's kind of I feel like it's a very contradictory situation, because I don't think you should be trying to compare yourself to everybody around you all the time about what you're into, you know. But that's also kind of part of the process. In a way, you are in competition with everybody else. So it's almost like if you want to get ahead, you have to only try to, beat yourself such that you progress. I don't know if you really catch what I'm saying there, but whatever. What freaking ever. Go hard, do what you want, get motivated. And I'm sure that if you can realize that you're on track to something, then you're not going to have a problem doing the same thing over and over again. Do you think I'm just saying them because they come to mind, but any kind of NBA player, do you think they get tired of jumping onto like a basketball court and literally just sitting there for 4 hours straight shooting? Do you think they get tired of that? No, not even a little bit, because in their mind, they know that that is going to result in a positive improvement, which is a future situation which they want to create. They want to manifest it, right? So they have that belief system. So it doesn't really matter what they have to do it. They can just kind of get up and get out there. So take with that what you will. It's getting a little bit rambly. Whatever. Maybe I'm low on carbs. I gotta get home and eat some treats. Have some shrimp scampi that my dad made. That'll be perfect. But overall, conclusive statement: go hard. Don't don't feel like what you're doing is boring. Right? Every day you're just hitting a little chunk off of that piece of marble, and you're getting closer to that end sculpture, which you may not know what it looks like yet, but you're making moves at least. So yeah, take with that what you will. I'm out. Legs, yeah, legs tomorrow. I better get a good night's rest. All right, so we are headed to a new gym. Actually, not a new gym, an old gym. So I'm at school, so I've got 3 gyms at my disposal. Technically 4, but I haven't really gone to that other one. I don't know. I think I should actually look into it. It's pretty close. But I've got the school rec center, which is pretty good. A lot of machines. All the boys are there. Honestly, that's the college rec center. That is the gym which I have had the highest concentration of dogs. Like dudes who every day I actually go up to, dap them up. I want to know what their lift is. I want to know how their pump's going. Shit like that. That is just nice. That is really cool to have. And if you've got a gym like that with a lot of regulars, and maybe you haven't been chatting with them that much, maybe your gym is pretty
kind of quiet. You know, everybody does their workout, they have their headphones in, and that's the end of it. I think you're missing out. You know, you should go up to them, say some shit. I mean, if your gym's full of, I don't know, just people who really don't want you to them, then, well, you never know until you try. You know, maybe you go up to them, hey man, what are you hitting, dude? You know, you're sitting on a bench next to them on the free weights. Hey man, maybe they're just a yapaholic, but they thought they saw you had headphones in, they didn't want to talk to you. I guess I'm really just saying it's cool when you actually know the dudes or the girls. I'm not going to disparage who you're lifting around. But yeah, so that's the college rec center. Pretty good. Good amount of machines, cool bars, racks, cables, whatever. Can be a little bit packed though. Can be a little bit packed. But it's like 2 minutes away from where I live. Very good benefit. I always go there for cardio in the morning, unless I'm really busy and I want to, just do cardio in the basement. Well, the first floor of the apartment on a little cardio bike. So that's gym number one. Gym number two is, well, it's pretty much right next to this one that I'm headed to, Planet Fitness. Nothing wrong with Planet Fitness. I don't know, I just haven't gone to Planet Fitness for a while. The one, yeah, it gets a little bit hit or miss for me sometimes because if a Planet Fitness is full, like if it's, you know, 6 o'clock p.m. or like 6 or 5 or whatever, and they're actually busy, then if you're gonna bust out your tripod, you're actually asking for trouble. Maybe not legit trouble, but I've been shut down at Planet Fitnesses before. Not that they're being mean. I mean, it's just like it's not necessarily their targeted demographic at a Planet Fitness of approaching a freak just walking around with a tripod talking to himself. I can understand it. I can understand it. But usually they're pretty cool. But Planet Fitness, depending on the lift, I actually don't mind it. I'd say Planet Fitness is perfect, absolutely perfect for arms. Arms at Planet Fitness as well as shoulders, perfect, perfect gym. Back, pretty good too. Lat pull down, cable rows, a variety of back machines too. Smith machines, you can do some bent over rows if you want. Back, pretty solid. Chest gets a little bit more constrained because you've got the only heavy pressing movement you got at your disposal is the incline Smith. Sometimes I want to do incline dumbbell. They've only got 75s. Now, if that's within your working weight range, good for you. You can make as many gains at Planet Fitness as you want. But I definitely think you can kind of outgrow it chest-wise. But, if I like incline Smith on that day, and then I just want to do some pec deck and cable flies and cable presses, it's perfect. Legs is pretty good there too. Usually they've got a seated and a laying hamstring curl, plus leg extensions. If I want, I'll do Smith machine squats, but sometimes I just kind of spam the leg extension supersetted with body weight sissy squat combo. It's kind of a classic leg day that I like. So yeah, so enough of that. That's pretty good. This gym as well, pretty good. Tons of old equipment. They're actually adding some new shit. I think there's a lot of stuff that's kind of in the works. Like there's new racks that are being added, but they kind of have to like the ceiling tiles because it's like a rogue rack system, so it's kind of going to cut into the ceiling. I guess maybe somebody should have measured that out. I think there's a hack squat there now too. Maybe I should actually head over here more often. But another huge benefit, 24 hours, 24-hour operation. So for me on days like today where, oh my goodness, I think I brought this up before. I am totally sick. My system is totally infected with something. I don't feel like shit or anything, but I can like just feeling, dude, lymph nodes, that's a blueberry. That is a blueberry in there for sure. I've got some kind of something messing with me. I can tell it's making me more lethargic. So I definitely get a lot of rest today. Apart from class and a little bit of schoolwork, it was mainly get up, eat, back to bed. Eat, back to bed. Not like dead asleep. Of course, I was just playing on my phone. But yeah, I definitely want to get over this. If it doesn't clear up in a couple days, I'll just get some antibiotics or something. I kind of feel like this is probably stupid, but I feel like I kind of want to just let my body fight it off on its own. It's like, don't give me the medicine. I don't want it. I can handle it. But that just might be a brutish guy thing, and maybe I'd be better off with a little bit of some kind of something. I don't know what antibiotics are called. But other than that, what was I even about to say? Yeah, 24 hours, lots of good equipment, old school vibe. This one's pretty good. I'm sure it'll be nice to be in here just because it's been a while. We'll have a little bit of nostalgia factor. I think I haven't gone here in a few months. Another added benefit of going to different gyms is there's just different cliques, you know? Like I'll run into different people. People I see at this gym, I never see at the College Rec Center. And same thing with the Planet Fitness. I will say I'm definitely more likely to run into cooler people at more serious gyms and not as much at like a P-Fit. Not saying it doesn't happen though, I'm just kind of making a little bit of an observation. But I haven't even talked about what the lift is going to be. It's back. So for back, I am planning on doing a lift which will follow the following. Let's just say it'll hit the following criteria. I want to do some lighter, not lighter, but like moderate weight rows on either the seated cable or a machine, and really squeeze. Like I can tell a lot of my rows, I do lift a lot of weight and I have a ton of tension on my lats, which I do like. Like I like a set of cable rows where I'm throwing around the whole stack and I'm just destroying my back. And I'm getting to the point where I can barely do any partials. I really do like that. I feel like it gives me a lot of fatigue, a lot of tension, partials in the stretched position, right? Let me try to think of a couple other buzzwords that make it sound cool. But, a really heavy set with partials, I like those. But I definitely notice that my back gets more pumped, or at least I get a decent pump for sure, when after maybe a few sets like that, where I really load up the weight, load up a ton of tension on whatever I'm hitting. If after that I back off on weight a little bit and really focus on squeezing, like I could do 2 sets of pull downs where, I throw the whole stack around, like add a plate, add like as much weight as I can do for, 15 reps, maybe 5 partials at the end, and then go lighter and really squeeze. Like it almost feels, I don't know, trying to think of a cool way to describe it. It's like when I do, it's probably easiest to think of a dumbbell curl. If you're sitting here with whatever weight for curls, you can do the motion. You can go from back and forth like this. But with a lot of my reps, especially with the lighter sets where I'm trying to focus on squeezing, I want to do the rep, of course, but when I get to the squeezed position, for a bicep curl, it would be here. For a row or pull down, it'd be back here. Leg extensions, it would be when my leg is fully straightened. Right? When I get to that fully contracted position, I want to get a little extra squeeze, just a little extra push. Even if it doesn't look like I'm actually moving the weight any further, that extra little squeeze is noticeably going to affect the pump that I get. Plus, the sets just feel more fatiguing. Not that I want to make my sets as difficult as possible for difficulty's sake, but if I do a set of dumbbell curls to failure, right, let's say I go as heavy as I can go, and I don't try to squeeze it on top, maybe I could get 15 reps, just kind of throwing the weight around. But if I be a little bit more methodical with it, and I get that extra squeeze on top, I get that extra squeeze every rep, then maybe I'll hit failure at 10 reps. So you got to think, those reps are more effective. Each one is doing more damage. I'm expending more energy because I hit failure quicker. That's kind of making me think that I want to chill out on my really heavy, quick sets of bench. I noticed this a couple chest days ago. Usually, I work up to my top set with the warm-ups, and then that first set is the first set really heavy, and I'm just throwing it around, and I get a ton of tension on my pecs. I mean, I'll start to get pumped up after 2 sets, but I definitely noticed that I really like the feeling of doing, a couple of working sets on incline Smith, going real slow and controlled. So, not that I think that is guaranteed a better method, but it definitely adds to the idea that I want my training to be diverse. I don't want each lift to be the same as the last one, not only in exercise selection, but in set execution, right? Like, even if I did, so let's say I did the same back day next back day, 2 sets of pull downs, 2 sets of machine rows, a set of pullover, and then another kind of row. Right? Let's say I do all those lifts today with as much weight as I can handle, just throw it all around, right? That's cool. Now let's fast forward to the next back day. I can do the same, oh my goodness, exercise selection, right? The same pull downs, rows, pullovers, other row, whatever. But if rather than throwing around the weight as like the main, variable that I'm trying to max out, instead I go a little bit more conservative with the weight and focus on really squeezing as hard as possible, I would consider that a totally different lift. Even if the reps were, the same. Even if I did 12 reps with a lighter weight really squeezing, or I did 12 reps with a heavy weight kind of throwing it around, just by doing it in that different way, I would consider that a completely different back day. So I guess really what I'm trying to say is make sure you change your shit up at least a little bit. Not that I think you have to shock the muscle, and like if you zoomed in on my freaking lats, they would say to you, holy, I've never done this before, I'm gonna grow. Oh, he's shocking me. Not that I think that exactly, but it would make sense. The whole point of your body, I mean, as a species, we're pretty up there in terms of adapting to stress. So if you do the same workout with the same intensity and the same reps and the same weight day after day, you're not going to make any gains from that, because you're going to reach a point in your build where, okay, I'm used to this, I can handle this. This is just normal, right? Like the dude who just wakes up every day, who does his business, comes back home, he's not making any gains because he's not stressing his system. The whole point of going into the gym and doing your little workout is to give your body a stimulus where it says, holy shit, I gotta deal with this. I gotta go home, sleep, and put all this shit back together. And if he's gonna keep hitting my lats like this, I better toughen him up, make him bigger and stronger so he can handle it. Obviously, it's not like your lats are thinking like that, but that's a pretty good way to visualize it in your mind. I almost feel like that's kind of a motivating factor. Like even just thinking about it now, it's like I almost want to go into the gym and think to myself, all right, I want to hit my lats as differently and as crazily as I ever have before, to ensure that once I go home and get to bed, that they're going to have to do some serious recovering, So whatever you got to do, whatever you have to think about to get into that zone of wanting to demolish whatever muscle you're going to target that day, do it. Watch some Gojo hype TikTok edits, get in the zone, and say, holy shit, come on, and then do whatever you're going to do. So, still a couple of minutes out, but let's just get over there and get started. I already know that the gym is going to be completely dead, which sometimes I like, sometimes I don't like. It's been a while since I've been in an empty gym, so I'm sure I'm going to take advantage of having all the equipment at my disposal. But that's all I got, man. Let's get started. All right, not my absolute gnarliest back day, but a solid, I would call, progressive back day. It's definitely stimulated all sorts of pulling movements, or all sorts of pulling muscles on my rear torso. I mean, that's the whole point, man. every day do some shit, progress. When I'll bring this up every so often because I do get this comment a lot. It's like, what are your goals, man? What's the point of all this? You know, what's why the hell are you doing all this shit? I've covered this before. It's because I like it. I found a thing where, oh shit, all right, I like doing this. And then not only do I like doing it, but it gives me, it almost gives me dividends. Get to walk around jacked, which is pretty cool. Just get to have a thing that I'm proficient at. Who doesn't want to be the best? And I don't mean that like a LeBron James, like I want to be number one in the world. Like not that kind of shit. It's like even when you're a kid, it's just hardwired in your brain, right? Everybody wants to be the dude who kicks the kickball over the fence. Everybody wants to be the dude who, when they draw something in art class, the teacher holds it up and says, guys, this is what you should be doing. Shit like that. You're just hardwired in your mind, even subconsciously, you don't even have to think about it, where to be good at something, some kind of legit skill, right, that's just gonna make you feel good. That's a satisfactory experience. So if you don't have anything like that, if you kind of have like an aimlessness that you feel a lot, where you go to work, you go to school, you play your games every day, you hang out with some buddies or whatever, honestly, I mean, that's not fulfilling enough. That's not enough. At least, not, I don't think it's enough. You've got to have something extra, that kind of supersedes anyone else's opinion or anybody else's thoughts. You got to have something for you, which you can work on for a long time. And I'm not saying that you have to find it immediately, but, I think if you have that kind of aimlessness, and honestly, I think a lot of people in, my demographic, youths, I feel like a lot of them have that. You don't have a thing. You just kind of float around. You exist. And I think if you have that kind of aimlessness, that should be a call to action to at least start, I don't know, looking for something. If you want cool shit to happen to you, then you've got to do shit. You got to at least go try whatever, right? If you like, I don't know what you might like. If you like digital, if you like music or whatever, free, uh, download a free DAW and start trying to make beats or something, or just whatever, right? You're never gonna know if you don't try. I think I just got lucky because it didn't take me long to find some shit where I'm like, okay, I want to do this every day, every year, for years on end. So I got a little bit lucky. Quick, something about it had a quick connection between, well, I don't know. For me, with all this lifting stuff, I think it's just a combination of aptitude as well as, enjoyment. So something about it. It's not a challenge for me to just get up, go to the gym, have a crazy lift, come home, and be happy with it. Honestly, I'm happy if that's my whole day, and the rest of it I just get to chill, or just do whatever I have to do. So if you can find something like that, it doesn't have to be lifting, but obviously since I'm talking about it in a video, I'm gonna circle it around to lifting. If you can find something like that, then that is gonna put you on a good track to contentment. I mean, you got to do something. You can't just float around. I feel like Joey Diaz. Anybody who doesn't do nothing, they don't do nothing. Now, unlike Joey Diaz, I'm not going to say, do heroin, but you get what I'm saying. Everybody has some kind of itch for some kind of something, and it's your responsibility to find out what that is. It's not just going to get handed to you for sure, or else everybody would be walking around honky-dory. Well, I get to do what I want every day, and it's fun. I mean, you might have to take a look at your own situation and think, okay, I better change some shit up. And that might not just be like, okay, I better find something to do, or I think a lot of it is about your attitude too. How you kind of perceive yourself, others, and whatever, it's gonna determine a lot about how you feel, and that's gonna reflect almost directly with, what you do and how well you do it. Are you where you are because of how you act, or are you acting how you act because of where you are? You know, like if you have kind of like a just a I don't want to do that. I don't want to try any of that. Hey man, you should come to the gym with us, dude. Come on, we're all going. It's no, I don't I'm just gonna stay home, man. Nah. Doesn't sound like that guy's gonna get anywhere. At least in a lifting context, you know, I kind of feel a little bit like I feel like I'm magnifying the whole world into whether people lift or they don't lift. But no, you get same thing with anything, man. Hey, dude, come on with us to go do whatever. You know, come with us to. I don't want. Nah, I don't want to. Not cool. Not cool. You know, if you got more interest and enthusiasm for whatever you're doing, you're just gonna have a better time. You know. I mean, don't forget, you've only got so much time on the clock, right? Time is freaking ticking. So if you've got a little something that you might think that you maybe need to be started to do, I feel like I just had an aneurysm. If you know there's something that you think that you want to start doing, time is against you. So you should kind of use that as a little bit of a motivator to just start sooner rather than later. You know, and the more often that you say, yeah, I'll do it later, I mean, yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. So I think that's all I gotta say about that. It's my little call to action speech. But getting back to the lift, I like those pull downs. Honestly, I would have. There was another guy floating around in there. I should have gone up to him and asked him for a spot. I like standard pull downs on my own, but I really like assisted pull downs where, you know, let's say I get to rep 10 and I start to, you know, not be able to pull the bars deep, you know, rather than maybe getting my nose height, I can only get to like the brim of my hat height and then, you know, the top of my head height on those partials. You know, if I can have a guy grab onto the bar and push it down those extra few inches, something about the burn with those assisted partials I just really love. Should have done that. But those rows felt pretty good. Honestly, they like the rowing machine. I like that one, but really it's a little bit too funky. Like something about the angle, it's I don't know, it's just kind of weird. You know, when you do a hammer strength row, you're kind of rowing up in like an arch, like the bar is moving like this, and up towards your shoulders, if you can imagine. But with that one, it was kind of like a downward sweep. Like I'm pulling down like this into the row. And I don't know, something about that did not really rub me the right way. I felt a lot of fatigue on my mid traps. Like I could get a really good stretch, but the contraction honestly wasn't really there. Like I could feel it, of course, but it didn't really get my whole upper mid back. It was kind of mainly it don't well, it felt like just the top of my lats and a little bit of the lower traps. That's where I felt the most activation. That's probably why I wanted to do that last set of seated rows, just because I know that's a rowing movement, which is gonna really bias my upper back. I wasn't thinking about that consciously when I made that exercise choice, but I guess subconsciously I was like, all right, this is what I know I want to do to really finish off the back day. Now all I gotta go home is, or now all I gotta do is go home, eat some treats, probably have one of those steaks plus a baguette, maybe half a baguette, some olive oil, some salt, pepper flakes. I have an abundance of laundry. It's frankly disturbing well, how much room in my room is just taken up by clean, unfolded laundry. Could be worse. It could be dirty, but I'm like, I guess I'm kind of making excuses. Obviously, today I just slept all day. I could have done it whenever, but I keep getting into this rut of like, okay, I should do it. Oh crap! But I also got to do this. And I kind of just put it off. Not ideal. Not freaking ideal. But other than that, this week I've got a couple of loose ends to tie up assignment wise. I think I brought this up earlier. That is going to take a little bit of direct effort. But once it's over, I get a solid, yeah, shit, almost 2 months, months and a half. Well, I'm taking an online class over January, but that's only going to take maybe 45 minutes a day that's going on. So that's like nothing. Then I've got that whole time to just focus on downing my food. I am light today. Shit. Oof. Over these next 3 days, I'm definitely going to pack on the weight, get back to my fully bulked state. I'm not so concerned with this little blip, considering it is just the start of the bulk. But now I'm locking into my legit not 5,000 calorie days. I got to make sure that intake does not fluctuate in the slightest, at least going below. So every day, the gas tank of my body is going to burn that many. Well, let's say every day that my gas tank has to be filled up with 5,000 calories. I do not want to miss a single day. And then, assuming I hit that mark, we're going to turn into a freak in no time. Absolutely freaking no time at all. So plan for tomorrow is probably just going to be, I might throw some buys in too. Nothing crazy, but maybe just like some 30s or something. So that'll be a full arm pump, and then definitely going to add some forearms too. I might chill out on the back of my forearms, like this kind of shit. These little, oh, that's kind of funky right there. All this, but I really want to build up this bottom part, way down here. Like I want that to be absolutely awe-inspiring of a forearm. If you want some hype to see just how crazy forearms can look, I got 2 words for you. Lee Priest. Whoa! Holy shit. I guess in a more recent sense, Ramon Dino. But since he's like a tall dude, the proportions make his forearms look a little bit more normal, even though they are bigger than your calves. They're probably bigger than my calves too. Holy shit. There's freaks out there, man. Try to catch up to them in any way you can. I think that's all I gotta say. I think this ended up being a long one too. We're back to regularly scheduled clips, at least until the next, trip to wherever, when I've got to record some of these in advance. But full day of eating, it will happen. I am a little bit busy for the next little while, so it might not happen this week, but don't worry, I'll get you a couple as this bulk progresses. I'm sure you'll love to see what kind of random treats I throw down the gullet. So now all I gotta do is go home, probably sit in the shower for a while, get a little bit decongested. I would love a sauna or like a steam room. That would do me good right now, but what are you gonna do? So, down my vitamins, meal, probably another meal as well, get some rest, and then tomorrow, do all my normal shit. Arms in the evening, cardio in the morning, obviously. We'll just leave it at that. And, fuck, man, that's the end of it. Let's keep this bulk running strong. 260 in no time. So, I'll see you next time. All right, so let's mix up the pre. So, watermelon candy bloodshot. I won't lie, I feel like I was approaching the danger zone when I cut this little water bottle into a makeshift funnel, but I don't know what I did with the one I like. So this will work, well, it'll work perfectly. Honestly, I almost like this one more than the dedicated one I had before. This one actually seems to have a wider mouth. But 1 serving of the stem-free bloodshot. But of course, I'm not a stem-free guy, so where's the... fuck. The watermelon candy blood hostilities at home. So watermelon and grape. It's both fruity. Good mix. So, I mean, let's be real. If they're both fruit flavored, how weird can it be? So, looks like there we get the pre-mixed up. I kind of want to, like, there's still powder in here. Maybe I'm just being OCD, but I kind of want to get it all actually in. I'm sure, you know, the little bits that didn't actually make it won't change much. But why leave it up to chance? So the intro workout drink and the jug is just this zero sugar lemonade. Really, I just kind of want something sweet to drink with no calories. So that's perfect. It gives me a pre-jug and my intra jug. So I will prepare a little bit of something for the post-workout shake. Obviously not as big as my, you know, bulking post-workout shake. The one with the cluster dextrin and the cluster dextrin and the pre-post workout and a bulk. I mean, that's a 600 calorie shake just slammed instantly. Not even like as the post workout meal. Like I go home and eat something too. But on the cut, I still, you know, post workout, I still want some easily digestible carbs, and I still want some, you know, protein powder with some digestive enzymes. I mean, it really couldn't hurt you. But I also pack some food too. We'll get into that a little later. So I'm not going to count these macros right now. I'll talk about it when I actually, you know, eat it after the lift. Fine, I'll just whatever. So that I'll bring it up again, but that's 25 grams of the cluster dextrin, so the equivalent of 25 grams of carbs, and then 1 scoop of the cookies and cream ISO H1. Very nice. I better add some ice into this too. I always regret not adding ice. The jug is cold because this was in the fridge before, so that's good. But a shake with ice. I don't want to say the word. I don't want to be crazy and say game changer, but at the same time, I sort of do. Ooh, you know what's actually pretty good? I wish I had a blender right now, or not a blender. What am I thinking of? Like a NutriBullet. Because you can do, you know, with 2 scoops of protein in there, whatever, with the water. I've never really been a big fan of mixing it with milk. But if you throw that with a bunch of ice into a NutriBullet and blend it up into more of like a, yeah, it just kind of ends up being like a smoothie. It's much better. That's what I got to get. By the time I do another full day of eating, we'll have a little NutriBullet in here. Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me of a little dieting hack too. I'm not going to get into it today, but I'll save that for later. So there we go. Yeah, let's line them up. Post-workout, intra-workout, pre-workout. So let's slam this and then get in the car and get over there. Talk about what we plan to do for arms. Looked at the fucking footage from that pump, except for on the little like LCD screen on the camera. Dude, that fucking back lat spread, fucking veins just crawling across the, oh, you guys gave me some flack for this. The teres major. I was calling that, that muscle the rhomboids. Let's scoot all this fucking stuff over. So post-workout meal in a bodybuilding deficit. What the hell am I going to eat? Well, guess what? I actually got something. I didn't prepare it. I went out and I freaking got a hold of a foot-long turkey sandwich from Subway. I love this shit. So 80 grams of carbs. It's not nothing at once, but you got to think I've only had like, you know, 90 for the whole day so far, and I've got 300 to play with. That's essentially how it all adds up. So I'm not going to eat this all right now. I'm just kind of displaying it in a sense, but you know, the bread itself, you gotta, I'm not just guessing, you know, I looked this shit up. How many carbs are in a fucking foot-long wheat Subway sandwich? 80-ish. That's about right, you know. You want to be exact with it, but you don't have to be like exactly exact. I guess that's kind of bad advice, but. So 80 grams of carbs with the turkey, about 30 grams of protein, and then with a little bit of mayonnaise, about 15 grams of fat. So I plug that all into the, go on the App Store, look it up. Literally these words exactly. Stupid, simple macro tracker. It's fucking free. All you do is you open it up and you type in the amount of fat you just ate, the amount of protein, the amount of carbs, and it'll track it for your day. And you can set it to have limits so you can see how many you've eaten, how many you've got left. It's free. That's what I fucking use. That's what I recommend. And that's not a sponsored statement either. You know, I think MyFitnessPal is kind of overly complicated. So I got to drink something too. I tell you what, I didn't realize I was such an addict. Old habits die hard. I got two, is this a half gallon? I think I get a gallon worth of chocolate milk. But this isn't just fucking chocolate whole milk. This is the Carb Master Kroger brand non-fat milk. So the macros on this per single cup: 0 grams of fat, huge W, 7 grams of carbs. I mean, it's a little something, and then 11 grams of protein. So 2 cups of this is only going to be 160 calories. Now again, you know, I say cups, but I'm going to weigh it out. You know, anytime you're doing anything where you're trying to track shit, just get a little fucking kitchen scale. It's not too fucking complicated. So if I want 2 cups, that's 240 milliliters. And a milliliter is about a gram. So I'm going to fill this shaker cup up until it says 480. $4.78, close enough. And then I'm going to open up the stupid simple macro tracker. 22 grams of protein and 14 grams of carbs. So post-workout, it's about 8:30 now, and I've only had 2, including this food, which I have not yet eaten. I've had 2,000 calories, so I've still got 1,000 to play with, which is very nice. I will say this: I didn't talk about this before. I kind of forgot about it. A 3-pound jump in one day. What I think happened was I didn't get a ton of sleep last night, even though I gave a whole speech about how I need to fucking sleep more. I ended up staying up a little bit extra late. But I think I had some extra food in my stomach from the night before, which, you know, kind of added to a little bit of false weight in the morning. But, you know, even though I'm in a deficit, you know, I'm tracking my calories, day by day, your weight's going to fluctuate. Like your water intake, sodium, you know, random shit like that. I also kind of think I just did quads really hard. Well, I did legs really hard yesterday, so maybe they were kind of inflamed and had a little bit of extra water in them. But there's really no need to read into your day-by-day weight change. It's just like, it doesn't matter. Now, you should begin to see a trend line week by week. If you're just staying the same week by week, and let's say you're trying to lose body fat, then you are not eating in a deficit. You're eating at a maintenance calorie level. Like if your weight's the same day 1 as day 20, and in your mind you're thinking that you're trying to eat in a deficit, then it's not a fucking issue of, oh, well, my thyroid is this, that, and the other, or, you know, some people are just genetically No, you're literally just eating too much food, or you're expending too little energy, right? I mean, this is pretty basic shit. And honestly, from my perspective, and I think it's pretty factual, it's non-negotiable. And the same thing goes for gaining weight. 2 weeks pass and you're on the quote-unquote bulk, and you're still the same fucking weight, you need to eat fucking more food. And I'm not telling you this as if I'm a fucking pro. I mean, the same thing goes for me. What'll happen is, towards the end of my bulks, I always fucking stagnate. I need to get totally serious for the next one. Totally freaking serious. But that back pump was fucking solid. Even though I didn't even do any crazy heavy rowing. I guess the pull downs on that first 2 sets were pretty heavy. And I mean, the 130s for the bent over rows they were pretty heavy too. Okay, I guess I lied. It was just a solid back day all around. So cardio in the morning. And then tomorrow is going to be an arm day. Yeah, fuck yeah. I've got something planned. I want to try something for an overhead tricep movement. I'm going to see if it works. I don't want to spoil it for you. I want to build suspense. But I'm going to finish this up, shower off. I don't think I'm stinking. I haven't showered after the lift yet, but maybe I'm just nose blind. And then I've got no homework tonight. This is badass. I get to just eat this and chill. So ideally you'd had an awesome lift and you did your cardio in the morning. We'll just leave it at that. But I'll fucking see you next time, goddammit. I almost came down in the middle of this food. Almost forgot to freaking record it, you know? So let's just break down the numbers first, and then we can describe a little bit more detail. So, just when I got up with cooking the eggs, I grabbed 2 slices of American cheese, just as a fucking snack. 8 grams of protein in, 8 of fat, 4 carbs. So 50 grams of protein worth of eggs, about 3 grams of fat when I added the olive oil, about 12 grams of carbs worth of low sugar or no sugar added Sweet Baby Ray's, and then some of the Silo 9 for a little bit of hydration because I just woke up dehydrated. So, and then I also added a little bit of the clustered dextrin, so now that's at about 12 grams of carbs. And then 2 cups of the Carb Master low-calorie chocolate milk, so that's going to add up to about 14 grams of carbs. No, wait. Yeah, exactly. 14 grams of carbs and 11 grams of protein. So, all in all, breakfast, 70 grams of protein, 11 of fat, 42 of carbs. You know, that's about right. I don't want to just slam a bunch of carbs right when I wake up. You know, I'm not a massive, it's not like I'm planning the meals out incredibly specifically, but I do want to have my carbs closer to the workout. I wouldn't want to just eat, like 2 bagels, 100 grams of carbs, just to kind of, in a sense, burn it off when I do the cardio. And I don't mean like burning off, like as soon as I eat it, it'll just fucking disappear into nothing from the cardio. I'm saying I'll kind of feel nice and full from having that many carbs in my system. And I want to feel like that when I'm actually doing my weight training. The cardio, it's whatever. I don't need a. I mean, honestly, sometimes I'll just do the cardio fasted just because, and then I can start eating later in the day. But I definitely want to start off with a little bit of protein. I mean, I just went all night without eating anything. So, coupled with this, my little cup full of all my freaking vitamins. That's pretty much all there is to it. So again, this one will look... This whole day will look incredibly different than the last one. Purely because I'm trying to eat less calories. If I'm trying to eat a lot of calories, then I want to eat calorie-dense foods like big ass bowls of whatever, sweets, everything. Because I'm trying to change the scale. And now, the same thing is true. I am trying to change the scale, but in the opposite fashion. So I'm trying to eat less food. And of course, eating less food, you're going to be freaking hungry. Right? So I want to try to eat foods that make me feel full, like make me feel satiated. They fill up my hunger bar and not go over that 2,500 calorie limit. But I'm not concerned with the source of the calories. Like just yesterday, I had 2 spicy chicken sandwiches from Wendy's as the meal, like 3 hours, or no, like 2.5 hours before the workout. And I was talking to my one friend, and he was like, "Oh, you're already having cheat meals?" But I don't see it as a cheat meal. It's not like, how am I cheating? At the end of the day, I still had my 2,500 calories. That's the amount of calories I'm trying to eat so I can lose body fat. And I was in my, relative macro arrangement. Like I'm trying to get to 250 grams of protein, 50 grams of fat, and about 250, maybe I'll bounce around 250 and 300 grams of carbs. But as long as at the end of the day, you can hit the calories that you find is your calorie deficit level, like you're going to have to figure this out. It's kind of complicated. It's not very fun. I'll talk about it in a second. But if you can find out what your maintenance calories is, right, the amount of food you have to eat every day to just stay the same weight, then guess what? Drop it down from 500 calories from that, and you actually stay at that level, then you're going to start to see the scale change. Now, you can go online and look up like a maintenance calorie calculator, which you'll plug in your weight, your height, your energy level, stuff like that. And it'll pump out a number like oh, your maintenance calories as a 5'11", 180-pound 18-year-old is this. But it's, I mean, that's not totally accurate. That doesn't account for everything going on in your body. But that can be a good, a good starting point. But really, the best way to figure it out is just by taking like 2 weeks, eating as much food as you're hungry for, and weighing yourself every day. But I'm not just saying eat all your food, you have to track it as well. Because let's say you've been the same weight for 2 weeks straight. If you tracked all the food that you ate over those 2 weeks, and if you were the same weight at the beginning and the same weight at the end, then if you average out that amount of calories, that's your maintenance. But of course, that's no fun because then you have to weigh yourself every morning and track all your calories. I was just telling somebody at the gym who was talking about how he wanted to bulk up, and he said, "Well, I'm hitting my protein, my gram of protein per day, and then I'm just kind of eating whatever." And I was like, "All right, well, that's all fine and good, but if you actually want to gain weight, you've got to start tracking the macros and making sure that you're eating consistently at a level that's above your maintenance calories. It's not that's all there is to it. Whenever I plateau in a bulk, it's just because I'm not eating enough food, and then vice versa. If I'm not losing weight, it's because I'm eating too much food. I'm inclined to believe my scale was kind of wonky these last couple of days because it was like 238 at the heaviest day. That was coupled with raising the calories for a few days. But then this morning was 233, which I think is closer to about what I'm looking for. So by the end of this, and maybe a month and a half-ish, I'll probably be maybe 230, maybe upper 220s. And then, I mean, I'm already starting to feel hungry. I'm, I'm already itching to start the bulk again. But I kind of need this time as the resensitization period. Plus, who doesn't want to get lean once in a while? So I'm going to go do my cardio after I finish all this. And then I got to drive to the grocery store. I'm not going to do a recording myself in the grocery at Kroger with the cart with the camera in the cart. That's kind of fucked. But I'll just go over some shit that I bought because I was home for the weekend and all my meats are bad and I ran out of all my keto bread. So I think we're 543 calories in one meal. That sounds about right. So I'm gonna go do my cardio and then we can skip to what do you think? Should I do the post-cardio pose down? Or should we just skip to the next meal plus the food I got at the grocery store? You decide. And then in 3 seconds, you'll see if you're right. This is a lot of shit. I mean, this could have been a whole video in and of itself, just the grocery haul. So I won't get into, well, I won't really, I won't really get into any details, but fucking, what is this, a pound of top round, pound of flank, lean meats. I definitely prefer the steaks over the ground beef. I don't know, you're just kind of actually eating something. This will come into play later on tonight. Powdered peanut butter, just a little bit of a teaser for that meal. Put some of this shit away. Fucking back to the Carb Master chocolate milk. Only 80 calories per cup instead of the normal, like almost 300. So I can still get my fix. Some bottled egg whites. I mean, it's just way easier. And I'm reasonably certain it's more cost effective to buy the egg whites on their own rather than get whole eggs, crack them, and then do those whites. I mean, I feel like I prefer the egg whites when they're straight out of straight out of the egg. But at the end of the day, it's the same macros. It's the same shit. Some carb smart hamburger buns. So let's think about this. What's the typical amount of carbs in a hamburger bun, would you say? If you know. maybe 40, 30. Here we're looking at 3 with just a ton of dietary fiber making it up instead. So going for the low calorie options, if you can kind of, what's the word I'm trying to say? Like integrate the low calorie shit, the 0 calorie stuff into your day. I mean, even if you didn't change the way you eat and you just ate the same thing but the low calorie version, it'll start to fucking add up. So again, sugar-free syrup. This will come into play with that powdered peanut butter, if you can begin to imagine. And then I was just kind of thirsty. I got some Propels. The sucralose, I don't know. I hear worse things about sucralose than I do about aspartame, but I'm not insanely concerned. Where'd the rest of my tuna go? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Like 6 packs of these little individually separated, or not individual, what am I saying? Well, 6 packs of these flavored tuna. So, honey barbecue, that's my go-to. 15 grams of protein, 4 grams of carbs. Throw 2 of those on one of those low-cal buns. That's a badass tuna sandwich. And then, oh, there we go, a bunch of deli ham. 98% fat-free. I think you're starting to notice a pattern, right? Everything kind of has a caveat. It's, oh, we're getting into some shit about Zizek. It's like you want something, but you don't want its essence. That's an obscure reference. Don't worry about it. Some things as 0 calorie lemonade. It's fucking just anything you can fucking replace with the 0 calorie version. I'd say that is the bread and butter of the technique of staying under your calorie maintenance level and staying in a deficit. So I don't want to spoil meal 1. You're looking at it right here. Or no. Meal 2. So I'm going to put all this shit away and then we can get into what I'm going to eat. There we go. I've seen the kitchen be messier than this. We don't need to make note of it. But this is a secret. This is a little secret. I haven't seen this before, but I'll like you enough, I'll tell you. I like you enough, I'll tell you about it. So basically, 3 of the little low-carb buns. I'm not going to try to do the math right now. I'll do it before I go sit down and eat it. So 3 of these buns. This is a powdered peanut butter. So, I mean, 1 tablespoon, like 1 little scoop of peanut butter, like you'd spread on a sandwich. It's got like 16 grams of fat, dude. That is not nothing. That is a considerable amount of calories. 16, that makes what? Nearly 150? 150 grams of 150 grams of calories. 150 calories right there with just 1 little scoop of peanut butter? Not ideal, not very efficient. I mean, that's completely against the logic of, my style of dieting, which is trying to eat foods that are not calorie dense. So this powdered PB Fit, this is a fucking go-to. So this is the quarter cup, so the equivalent of 4 tablespoons. So that's 2. So I'll do 3 servings of, or is it 3 or? Yeah, I'll do 3 servings of this. I left my food scale at home when I went home for the weekend, so I've got to do the next best thing, which is measuring it out, by volume, which really is not, actually I'll do 4 servings, which is really not that, it's not as accurate, and also it's just more of a hassle, because you got to think, now I need to find my specific measuring cup, and like kind of balance it out so it's even. I mean, just no fun. Whereas if you have a scale, and you can see how much weight a serving is, you kind of just pour out however much you want. But so that's 4 servings of the powdered peanut butter. And you're supposed to reconstitute it, right? Of course it's powdered, but I'm not going to use water. I'll put some of this sugar-free syrup on there. And just because it says sugar-free does not mean that there's no calories. You gotta read into the nutrition label a little bit closely. So 30 milliliters, so 2 servings of this. It's going to be the equivalent of 10 calories. So I'll just plug that in as 2.5 grams of carbs. I'm not kidding when I say you got to pretty much be OCD with this sort of stuff. Because if you let a lot of it just get, lost, then you're not going to be able to freaking make progress. At least not consistently, of course. You know, you got to know exactly how much stuff is going into your body and then be able to see how that relates to your weight changing. So let's mix this up. And I think that should be just about enough for this to turn into kind of a normal consistency. But I guess I've got to look at the calories again. It's been a while since I've, mixed some of this up. But this will just turn into some, keto bread powdered peanut butter sandwiches. And so the only reason why I think to add that low sugar syrup is because the peanut butter itself, the powdered peanut butter, it's really not that sweet. Like, it's kind of, I don't want to say bitter, but when you mix it up with water, it's a little bit chalky. So, I've kind of got a bit of a sweet tooth, right? As has been shown by the bulk videos. So if I can have a little sweeter version, then that's perfect. So I'll just spread some of this onto here like so. And then I'll count it's going to take me a second to add up all the macros, but we can go discuss some other topic while I sit here and chow down on these. I guess all I'm really missing now is some fucking zero sugar jam or something. I'm sure that's around. I was thinking this to myself. For the next bulk, I need to get some Uncrustables in the freezer. Just because those are so easy to eat. And what's one Uncrustable? It's got to be at least 200 something calories. I could just bring that with me to class or wherever else. And I mean, foods that you can eat easily on a bulk are probably the ones that you're going to want to prioritize. So don't let this get dry either. If you let this sit and get dry, you're going to have a problem trying to clean it out. So I'm not going to clean it now, but I'm going to let it soak. So let's go sit down and see how these taste. Now that I'm thinking about it, that might not have been the best point when I was talking about how I weigh everything. Because today's the first day I came back from my actual family's house for the weekend, and I forgot the kitchen scale at home, so I didn't weigh anything today. But I did measure it out. I just had to use a little bit more of a roundabout method. So I already plugged in the macros of the sandwich, but now I got to throw in 2 cups of this Carb Master chocolate milk, and luckily my shaker has little increments. So maybe it'll be 10 or so milliliters off. It's close enough. So 2 cups of this adds up to, let's do some quick math here. It's 14 grams of carbs and 22 grams of protein. So with this, my protein's almost maxed out. I've only got 12 left. Maybe I'll have a little more later. I guess you'll see. But I've still got 330 calories left. So if you're concerned about the sourcing of protein, because there was a considerable amount that just came from that, the peanut butter powder. I remember looking some stuff up about how the protein in breads and the protein in peanuts sort of like So when I was adding up all these macros, I just kind of count the bread proteins as negligible. So it's protein from bread. It's not a complete protein. But the bread plus the peanut butter, I think it kind of blends together. There's probably more research that could be done for me, but whatever. I think the protein is still doing a little something in the system. Definitely enough to maintain the muscle I've built. So I just get to sit here and chill. With all the driving, this kind of turned into, it's kind of morphed from a full day of eating just to a full day of everything, like a day in the life. I don't really have anything to do today, though. So it's not really the most interesting day in the life. Almost. One second. I'm sure when I do another one of these soonish, I'll do it on a day where I actually go to class, and maybe I'll just like pack some stuff and sit in the study room, because I've definitely got more meals than this at my disposal when I think about what I want to eat on a cut. A little bit, a little bit repetitive with those peanut butter sandwiches, and then obviously a fucking Wendy's chicken, whatever. Not the most interesting method. But I'm serious. Macros, calories in, out, calories in, out, calories in, calories out. That is the method which is going to allow you to change the way your body looks more effective than anything else. You know, when people talk about, I can't lose weight. I'm naturally, this is big boned. We hear that a ton. I mean, I'm not trying to hate. I'm literally just saying, if you're the same weight for a continuous period of time, that just means you're eating at a calorie maintenance level. So if you want to lose weight, you got to eat less food or burn more energy throughout the day. So, the way I look at it on a bulk and on a cut, I mean, the cut gets a little bit more, let's just say, conventional. Like that breakfast, egg whites and barbecue sauce, that's pretty bodybuilder-esque. Honestly, that was the only meal I had like that. So, I mean, food's food. You're looking at a Wendy's chicken, right? But through my eyes, like pretend to, you get what I'm saying, 50 grams of carbs, 15 grams of fat, and 25 grams of protein. So, in terms of calories, this would be the same as if I were to eat 25 grams of carbs, no, 25 grams of protein worth of like cubed chicken with some, buffalo sauce added onto it, let's say 15 grams of fat worth, and then 50 grams of rice on the side. Fucking whether it's 50 grams of protein from pasta or 50 grams of carbs from pasta or 50 grams of carbs from like a pack of ramen, the energy inside of those fucking carbs is the same. So that's kind of been my outlook on the matter, and it definitely seems to allow me to change the way my body's composed. So at the end of the day, that's the point. Like, on a bulk, obviously, if I felt like shit, then, and I thought that it was because I was eating so much like processed foods and sugars and whatever, then maybe I'd chill out on it. But if I'm feeling good, I'm feeling pumped, walking around gaining some weight, and that's all good for me. So let's save the end talk for the next meal, but I'm going to finish the sandwich, drink the little chocolate milk, put my clothes in the laundry. I told myself I was going to clean the kitchen today. I did not. Maybe tomorrow. But let's cut to the last meal, and this is almost the end, man. This was a fucking long one. I'll be real with you, some calories didn't get recorded. But you didn't really fucking miss anything. All I did was weigh out or measure out another cup of the freaking Carb Master chocolate milk and have a drink before I went and showered and got my laundry going. So, final meal. Let's just look over the freaking whole day's macros. But final meal, a pack of not just like the Maruchan kind of orange looking ramen. Like that's fine, I like it, but a little more pricey. A little more pricey. You gotta get the Nissin Rao. That's where it's at. But let's get a little more specific. It's not just a bowl of ramen. It's 7 grams of fat, 66 grams of carbs, 8 grams of protein. In all the time that I've been dieting and I've gotten pretty lean, I never really track. Like I track everything, but I don't track the protein from non-dedicated protein sources. Like, every time I eat those live, I'm looking at the name of it now, live carb smart bread, the keto bread, whatever. I mean, it's like it says 3 grams of protein, but I mean, come on, let's be real. You're not going to get yoked eating fucking bread protein, right? We need some meats, some dairy products, some fish, some eggs, things like that. So I'm not going to count the 8 grams from this. And then I plugged in the 7 grams of fat, but this thing comes with a fucking little oil packet. I don't care for it. It kind of has a weird taste. So even though I plugged in the 7, maybe that's all the 7 grams of fat right there. But total for the day, the finale, once I finish this bowl, 249 grams of protein, 62 grams of fat, and 254 grams of carbs. So I guess I went slightly over the goal of 2,500, 2,570. Fuck. Not really. Come on. As long as you're bouncing around right there, one day of a little over, it's not going to hurt you. Now, if you got one day where you're way over, like, you know, I don't foresee it happening, but let's say I finish this bowl, I go to bed, and then I come back downstairs and I start just eating everything in sight. You know, I eat for another 2,500 calories, cheat meal style. That's what I really call cheating on your diet, when you have that fucking kind of a binge day. Then, you know, tomorrow, I'm probably going to fucking weigh an extra, 2 pounds, 3 pounds. Just because, all those calories I just ate are going to fill me back up. Because right now I'm in a very flat state. Like muscularly, my intramuscular glycogen, it's relatively depleted. So for me to have one day to like just eat, honestly, just whatever I want, all that day is really going to do is, fill up my glycogen stores. I'm not just going to turn all that food into fat. But then you have to get on track again. And for the next few days, you're going to gradually deplete those glycogen stores until you're back at your, low level where you're actually burning fat. So, one seriously bad day if you're trying to trim down every so often probably won't hurt you too bad. But when you have a couple days in a row, that's shit going to start to add up. Then you're really just making the opposite of progress. You're regressing, right? You're putting more fat tissue onto your frame. So not only do you have to be diligent about tracking your macros, you got to stay on that calorie limit, at least such that the average calories that you had for the week is in your deficit level. Because let's think about this. I could do 2 days of 2,000 calories, but if I did, the next 2 days of like 6,000, then those 2 days didn't mean shit, because it all balances out to like, what does that balance out to? Like 4,500? I think we get the basic gist. Honestly, overall, I'm sure your impression of the diet is I'm eating and I'm just eating less. So there's tips and tricks to make it a bit easier to eat in a calorie deficit, like the little peanut butter sandwiches, the eggs with a sweet barbecue sauce on it with low sugar, no sugar added. I'm trying not to drink too many calories. The chocolate milk, I guess that's kind of a caveat, just because, I kind of feel full after I drink some of that chocolate milk. So it's not like I'm completely wasting away calories by drinking, like a Sprite or something. So that's all I got, man. I already took the vitamins. I'm going to go to bed after this, 2570. The pump was insane. Those are pretty much my 3 main goals for the day on the cut. So that's perfect. So I'll sit here, mess with this, and then I'm not going to record. Obviously, this is the end, but I'm thinking for breakfast, I got a top round steak. It's like, said 0.8 ounces. So probably if I cook up the whole thing, it'll be about, I think 70 grams of protein. I'll look it up and weigh it. I'm going to get a food scale tomorrow again too. But I think I'll make some little steak sandwiches where, cook up the steak, whatever, salt, pepper, avocado oil so it doesn't smoke up. You get the deal. Cut it into kind of, patty-ish shapes. Throw it onto those keto buns and a slap of American cheese. It's badass. That was my breakfast a couple days ago. So main point that I'm really trying to fucking, drive into you, the viewer, is if you're trying to lose body fat, the only thing that's stopping you is whether or not you can eat in a calorie deficit. And I don't care what food you eat. You just have to be in a deficit to burn body fat. And if you want to gain weight, you have to eat in a surplus. Now, obviously, when you add, bodybuilding, lifting, training, when you're dieting down, you're going to maintain some muscle. Well, not some muscle, you're going to maintain the muscle that you have on your frame. And when you're bulking up, combining the lifting and the surplus, you should gain muscle. You'll gain a little bit of body fat. So when I look at that combination of circumstances, that's why doing like a big bulk and then a shortcut just makes sense to me. I've been plotting my weight for the last 2 years or so since I've been bulking. And it's like bulk up to here, cut down to here. And this is the starting level. So after that little bulk and cut, I'm heavier than I was before. I've got more muscle on my frame, and I just repeat the process. Now, I've also main gained for even longer than that. Because in high school, started off 160-ish, and I was just making sure to hit my protein and lift hard. And I got up to like my heaviest weight in like high school when I was doing diving too. So I was on the diving team freshman year here. I was about 200, but lean. I did one cut one summer. I was a pretty freaky 180. So a little bit of details there. So again, 233 this morning. It's kind of late, so I may be slightly heavier tomorrow, just because I may still have some of this in my system. But don't focus too much on the day-to-day weight changes. If you're tracking your stuff and you're trying to see a pattern, a trend line, but week to week, you should definitely start to see something going on. And if you're not seeing any changes on the scale, then this is your issue. I can guarantee it. So tomorrow I got a fucking ton of class, man. I better get some sleep. So I'll see you next time. Wait a second. This isn't a fucking car. Well, whatever. Close enough. So now it's actually a normal hour. It's only 7:30, but I've got some shit to do today. So to save time, instead of actually driving to the gym to do my cardio, I get to use the fucking seated bike in the kitchen. This is badass. Saves me like 30 minutes total. Honestly, I kind of prefer just going to the gym just because I'll fucking run into people I know. I get to chit chat. But if I'm actually in a rush, or let's say your gym's fucking 30 minutes away from your house, when I rip on you for not doing your morning cardio, it's, sometimes it can be circumstantial. I wouldn't tell somebody who fucking is super busy that they have to drive, a whole hour total in the morning. Just really scrunch up their routine. It can be fucking difficult to add. Lifting may not be like your main shit. But, ideally, every morning, fasted or unfasted, I couldn't care less. I'll do it fasted when I'm cutting just because I don't want to, eat a bunch of food right now. I want to save it for at least a little bit later in the day. But having the seated bike at home, or everybody's got a fucking treadmill in their basement or some shit. I don't feel like I'm missing out by not doing the Stairmaster. I feel like the Stairmaster is just so fucking hard. Like, burning the fuck out of my glutes. Seated bike's the way to go for me. But you guys have been putting me on to taking my vitamins in the morning. The logic was like, oh, some of the B vitamins can act as a they can have like a stimulating effect, so it'll make it harder to sleep. So whatever. I've been taking my vitamins at random fucking hours throughout the day. Like, let's say I forgot them last night, maybe I take them at noon. Honestly, if you get them in sometime during the day, I think you're fucking fine. But first thing I did was I fucking filled up the jug. Instant jump on the hydration. So I'll take my vitamins. I already took I already dry scooped the creatine, because that's kind of just a fucking hassle. Like, why would you want to mix your creatine into water? Whatever. So vitamins plus a caffeine capsule. This is the equivalent of my morning coffee, I guess. All right. So basic plan for cardio is just fucking sit down, pedal, put it at a difficulty where it'll say that it burns 300 calories in half an hour. So the way you could gauge that is after or after 10 seconds, how many calories have you burned? So if you can kind of do the math, if you've only burned 7, you got to up the intensity or pedal quicker. Let's say you burn 12, maybe you can drop it down a little. I'm not saying 300 calories in half an hour is the best method. That's just how I go about it. But I'll sit down for a fucking half hour, then we can jump ahead to the pose down. I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna do it in here. Typically, I'm not doing too much posing in the kitchen, but whatever. Morning weight was 234.1, so we're kind of bouncing down. I saw a couple of comments that were like, well, what happened? 3 days ago, you were 234, and then you were 236. I mean, your weight's gonna fucking fluctuate day by day. You know, if you're, yeah, there's no need to like read too much into your day by day weight. I'd say you'd want to look at your week by week. You know, that'll probably be a good indicator of whether or not you're moving in one particular direction. But I got shit to do, man. Let's get the cardio started. All right, so kitchen is only halfway to a complete mess, but weighed out 460 grams worth of egg whites out of the carton, straight into the pan. So you got to think about this logically. I mean, it's not too fucking hard to understand. This is probably just pandering at this point. But 46 grams in a serving, 5 grams of protein per serving. If I want 50 grams of protein worth of egg whites, it means I got 10 servings. It means I got 46 grams in a serving. 46 times 10, 460. So it can get a little tricky because, like, well, I guess I could have just put the pan on the scale and done it. It's if you get a fucking kitchen scale, you're gonna gradually get used to just weighing out all your shit. Honestly, I mean, I probably could have just estimated, because the more that you track your shit, like, I mean, at this point, I'll always get these pieces of turkey breast at Costco, literally 5 pounds worth. And at this point, I can pretty much cut it almost perfectly into slices where it's 8 ounces per, because that's about fucking 50 grams of protein. So I'm gonna let this cook up, and we can cut to the final product, plus the macros. All right. Meal number 1, god damn it. 50 grams of protein and 10 grams of carbs from some no sugar added Sweet Baby Ray's. I mean, honestly, you can put fucking whatever the hell you want on egg whites. Like I've been known to throw some mustard on from time to time. Obviously not right now, but I mean, it's just kind of a blank canvas. Now, whole eggs, like scrambled eggs, I don't know. I feel like an asshole saying I put mustard on my eggs, but I was about to say it would be weird if you put ketchup on your eggs. Maybe I'm not in a position to judge, but I mean, so this brings up one point. Why would I eat this instead of just drinking a protein shake? You know, I don't. There's obviously a difference in the foods. Like I'd rather eat like a steak, or I'd rather have like red meat protein, or fish, eggs, whatever, than like a protein shake. But the macros are there. Let's say I was in a rush, I could just drink 50 grams of protein worth of a protein shake and move on. It's just not filling. The whole point for me right now is I'm trying to eat like normal meals, normal amounts of food, get food into my system, actually kind of feel a little full, but not eat foods that are fucking like full of calories, right? I could eat, maybe a bowl like this, but if it was whole eggs, and then I did like maybe let's say like a buffalo sauce, full fat. I mean, it's yeah. If you got like a creamy buffalo, it's not fucking hard to get 20, 30 grams worth of fat, and just in like a couple of spurts of the sauce. So another point why you gotta fucking have that kitchen scale on your counter at all times. Because if you're trying to fucking lose calories, each meal, if you're not tracking those little bits of like extra whatever that you wouldn't really think about to catch, that shit can fucking add up. I mean, I guess you just have to find out for yourself. But, you know, every time I eat now, honestly, it's like I've got an OCD fucking compulsion. Instantly open up the stupid simple macro tracker, plug in the macros, and go about my day. Now, if you're not doing that, I mean, I make this point every time I talk about tracking your macros. It's not super easy to start, you know, because you're going from just eating whatever the fuck you want, basically, to now every time you eat something, you either have to read the label or look it up or weigh it or estimate it. Or, I mean, it's just kind of a hassle to get started. But if you want to actually make legit progress, you know, dieting is fucking a pretty key aspect of converting random shit or whatever that you're eating into muscle after you stimulate it in the gym and recover when you're in bed. I mean, what kind of fucking shirts do you see everybody wearing? Eat, sleep, and gym? No, it's eat, sleep, lift. Those are like the classic funny ass motivational shirts, whatever. So, if you're not on top of your diet and you're also not satisfied with the sort of results you're getting in the gym, it's just a whole nother fucking aspect that you could be putting a considerable amount of thought and effort into. And not pointlessly either. This shit can fucking absolutely flip the way that you look. Within, it depends on your current state, but honestly, like within months. You know, let's say after this bulk, I didn't do my cardio and I ate more food than I was already eating, and I got like fucking soft. Like the abs disappeared, like not like totally fat, overweight, but you get what I'm saying. Like let's say I was really fucking soft. I mean, 3 months of going from that to just tracking my fucking calories every day and staying under specific limits. Dude, I can go from fucking, it'd be unrecognizable. So, don't think that you cannot do the same in terms of manipulating the amount of body fat that you've got on your frame. So, gonna eat this. I've got some sushi in the fridge. I'll probably finish off. I'm gonna track the macros, of course, and then I'm gonna take the pre and get ready for arms. So, you'll see that video tomorrow, even though it was filmed today for me. But for you, today is yesterday. Who gives a fuck? Let me eat my fucking food, and then I'll fucking see you for arms tomorrow. Who's this? No, so the car's in the shop. The guy fucking opened up my hood. I don't know if anyone's aware, but he was like, the serpentine belt, it's gone. Your whole pulley assembly needs to be replaced. So I'm like, well, how long is that going to take? Honestly, he said they might be done with it later today. So that'd be actually badass. I got to drive back home for the weekend, so really I need it like ideally before Thursday night, because today's Wednesday. But I thought it was going to be a whole problem with like the power steering pump, but no, it's fucking fine. So a little bit of a glimpse into the behind the scenes of the pre-lift preparation. Because I don't just make the pre, you know, I've got, well, I guess I do have the pre, and then I've got the little post-workout shake. And then I've got the intro workout. So since I'm going to the gym that's only 2 blocks away from where I live, I'm just going to drink all this pre. I'm doing a serving of the hostility and the bloodshot. So one's just, you know, stim free. The other one has like 275 milligrams of caffeine. But in terms of the actual pump products, like I'd want to do more than less. I'd rather be on the upper end of effective than, you know, have less than I would need. And it seems to work pretty freaking well. I tell you what. But yeah, like I was saying, so since it's only 1 minute away from where I live on the little electric bike, I'll just drink this in the kitchen. And then I'll fill this up with, where the fuck is it? Oh shit. Hydration, goddammit, Silo 9. You know, it's got aminos in it too. Like, say what you will, but I'm really here for the some intra-workout electrolytes. That's my whole shit with that. But basic plan for back. Honestly, I don't know. I don't want to do any bent over rows. That's for sure, because my hamstrings are like still destroyed from yesterday's leg day. So any kind of like, if I want to do any kind of rowing, I'm going to want it to be chest supported. Because you got to think, if you're doing rows where you're bent over, or even cable rows seated, you're still using your fucking butt and your hamstrings to hold yourself up. And if my fucking hamstrings are thrashed, I don't want to tire them out even more. So I'm thinking probably pull downs, rows, whatever. Yeah, you're totally good. It's one of the roommates is coming down. But yeah, probably pull downs, rows. Honestly, I've been liking dumbbell rows, but it gets a little annoying because I don't mind doing single-sided movements for like, arms or quads. Like, I love single leg extensions, but I don't really feel the benefit of doing too much single arm stuff for back. I do like single arm rows, or no, single arm cable pull downs seated, especially because it's gonna be fucking packed in there. I already know it. So if it is, which I know it will be, I might not even be able to get onto a fucking lat pull down machine. So you gotta kind of make use with what you have access to. Make use of the what's the word I'm trying to think of? The equipment at your disposal. Because let's say for whatever reason you've got pull downs on your mind. You're right, you want to hit some pull downs, it's mid back. Let's say you started with a heavy rowing movement. By the time you fucking get to pull downs, if there's a line of 3 dudes and each one has at least 3 sets, how long is that going to take before it's your turn? I guess ideally you'd ask them to work in, but let's say they don't let you. It's probably 20 minutes. Just sitting around for 20 minutes mid-workout, it's not going to be fucking ideal. Lose the pump, get out of the zone. Ugh, no good. So 1 scoop of the cookies and cream protein, and then 20 grams of the clustered dextrin. So, easily digestible carb post-workout. I'm going to want to kind of replenish all the glycogen I just burned. But this is not even, sure, this is the same shake that I was drinking post-workout on the bulk. But on the bulk, it had 100 grams of clustered dextrin instead of just 20. So I want a little, but I don't want a ton. If I've only got so many calories to work with for the diet, then I want to kind of use them sparingly. I don't want to just waste 100 by drinking it, because that's not going to make me feel full at all. I'd rather have the 20 in the shake and then get home and have like a pack of ramen or some rice or something. But I think I'll just slam this over the next couple of minutes, and then we can cut to the first working set. Well, just like normal, 25 grams of clustered dextrin, 25 grams of the cookies and cream protein powder. Let's just get this out of the way. I don't think I needed that much water. Probably did not need that much water. And then we're doing a little bit of a repeat. I just ended up making 3 more of those little peanut butter sandwiches with the syrup. So let me make sure I know what the macros are. I just added them all up. There we go. Yep. So in these little sandwiches with the keto bread, plus the shake with the clustered dextrin, 36 grams of carbs, 13 grams of fat, 45 grams of protein. So right now I'm at 191 of protein, 40 of fat, and 117 of carbs. So I've got, when I get home, I get to eat kind of a hearty meal. I've still got 1,000 calories left. But until then, I guess I can chill right here and slam these. So that pump was fucking diabolical. Whoa. And I'm as light as I've ever been for this, for the considerable amount of time. 233. That's That is much less than 245, but the pump was still fucking gnarly. I'm sure I'll get tired of these eventually, but they're still hitting pretty hard. But yeah, I mean, I just had that fucking... I don't know. I didn't even drink like an insane amount of water today either. Well, I don't know. I guess I did. I filled up the jug with like a little electrolyte pack, and I made sure to drink like half of it, so like about a liter before the cardio, and then a full liter after. When you're cutting down your hydration, and that's not just water, I'm talking about water and electrolytes, that's definitely going to determine how good the lift is. Because sure, I mean, I could come in here with like 500 calories total eaten so far in the day, but that wouldn't inherently mean I'm going to have a bad lift. If I'm like dehydrated, I've had no electrolytes, plus maybe I didn't get a ton of sleep, that's what's really going to, affect my lift in a dieting context. But, the food, I'm pretty much used to the 2,500 calories right now. But it also helps that, like I was saying before, I'm trying to eat foods that are very filling, but don't have like, well, they have less calories than I would imagine them to have, if you get what I'm saying. You know, I could eat the same little stack of sandwiches with peanut butter, with the normal style bread and the normal peanut butter, and it would be 1,000 calories. But instead, 300. So I'm sure the more of these I'll do, I'll add some other little tricks. Like I was kind of hinting at this before, I've got a pretty good little mix to make these protein powder pancakes. It's like, I forget the ratio. It's like 2 scoops of protein, 2 egg whites, some baking powder. You got to blend it. I forget the exact recipe. I had it down pretty good for a while. And those are pretty good. Honestly, fresh off the pan, it's not that unenjoyable. It's like pretty good. But if you let it get cold, it just turns into kind of a rubbery. It's not. That's something you got to eat it right then. But the more curious you are with your food, the more you'll be able to find little things and tips and whatever tricks that are going to work for you. Now, I won't lie, it kind of requires the prerequisite that you're into counting your calories, tracking everything. You got a food scale on the counter, and you actually use it. That's the only thing that I've had. That's the only thing where I see like someone make a video about me, and they said they didn't think I used my food scale. I took that one to heart. Dude, I use the food scale every day of my fucking life. At least when I have to use foods where I have to measure out the quantities. Because for prepackaged stuff, it's super easy. All you have to do is read it off the back of the label. I'm sure it seems like a lot of work to count your calories, but it's honestly only a couple of seconds. And the better you get at it, or well, let's just say the longer you do it, the better you'll get at it. And it's just going to become second nature. I mean, whether it's a blessing or a curse, I kind of feel weird eating food without tracking the macros now, So I'm not just going to sit here. I'm probably just going to go back and, talk to some guys I know down there while I finish these last 2 sandwiches. And then let's cut to, I guess we don't really need a car talk. Do you want one anyway? All right, okay. Let's get in the car. All right, my mic is near death. I may have to cut the clip short. Actually, no, I can just unplug. Okay, we're good. So, a little bit late to the game. But, I mean, I did promise that I'd do a full day of eating before the bulk ended. And I already did one. So, it's a bright and early... well, the clocks on the oven are still wrong. I haven't reset them. But it's bright and early noon on a Sunday. So breakfast is going to be the remainder of this gallon of whole milk. I weighed it out. So I've got it on the food scale right now. So I weighed it out when it was, before I started drinking it, 960 grams. So once I actually finish it, I'll take off the weight of the bottle itself, find out how much milk that was, and then, do some quick math. And then I've got one of the 6-pack varieties of Krispy Kreme.
So a normal one, fucking jelly filled. You get the idea. So this will be, I'm not even sure how many fucking grams of carbs. At least 120 or so. All the information's on the back. So this is the breakfast, meal number one. I'll add up all the macros. I'll keep a count either up here or up here somewhere. So this is how much protein it was. This is how many carbs, and this is how many fats. I don't think I'm going to do that animation sound every time, but it's kind of funny for the first one. But once I finish this, I'm going to take a little Pure Caf hostile caffeine capsule. Because before I do cardio, and like, even though this is noon, this is still when I'm waking up. Like, this is morning for me. I always like doing caffeine. Like, this would be the equivalent of, your morning coffee. And it's definitely going to make the cardio easy for you and just wake you up. But, I'll sit here for a couple more minutes, get these in, do the cardio, and then come back for whatever meal number two ends up being. I was at the gym for fucking ever. All I do is my 30 minutes of cardio, but classes haven't started yet. I'm not doing anything else. So that was just my fucking social hour. So I think I got there, I don't even know, maybe one or so. 30 minutes of cardio, but then fucking like 2 hours of chatting. So that's a pretty long time to go without eating if you want to eat like a fuck ton of food at once. So instead of just, eating nothing and waiting till I got back, I went up to the little like snack bar or whatever. I got like 3 little things of Minute Maid lemonade. So 70 grams of carbs each. I was kind of surprised. So that's another 210 carbs plugged into the stupid simple macro tracker. So I think I'll probably eat one more time before the lift. I'll kind of want all this to settle down, but I cooked up a half pound of flank steak. When I bought, so I've been doing ribeyes. When I bought this, when I meant to text my dad to ask him, he does some kind of fucking Mediterranean, what's the fucking word I'm even thinking of? Marinade, yeah, but my fucking phone was dead when I was in the grocery store, so I don't have any fucking ingredients. So salt and pepper, high heat, olive oil, flipped over probably every minute or two until it feels right. It's perfect. So, I mean, if I cut into this fucker and it's like blood right on the inside, I'll just throw it back on. And then 2 packs of not just the cheap ass like Maruchan ramen, right? This is like the it's called Nissan Rao, and it's kind of fucked because it's like $3 each compared to like 25 cents for the Maruchan ramen. But as opposed to just the protein, I want to get some fucking carbs in with my meals as well. So this will be probably about 50. I don't know. I'll look it up when I plug it in later. And then this is about 140-ish grams of carbs, 14 grams of fat. So I'll just fucking sit here for another 20 minutes, watch some TikToks, and then we can skip to what I'm gonna eat probably pre-workout. Or what? Do you want to sit here and watch me eat it? Maybe I'll get a little bit of a mid-meal clips for you. With the protein, I mean, I'm not particularly concerned. Oh yeah, we're good. With timing, right now. Obviously, you want to hit your fucking gram per pound of body weight, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, it's kind of a bloody spot, but it doesn't really matter when you eat it. You're not going to feel full from eating fucking steak or protein. For me, the aspect of dieting that actually affects how I feel in the gym, which, to an extent is a pretty big fucking aspect of eating, right? If you're lifting, then apart from just staying alive, I think that's a prerequisite for all of us, but you're eating for the results that the type of food and the amount of food that you're eating is going to give you. Now, pre-workout, and I'm talking like hours beforehand, if you eat you could eat 500 grams of carbs 30 minutes before your lift. They're not really going to do anything for you. If anything, you're probably just going to fucking feel sick. But at least, well, I'd say over the course of the day before my lift, I think I'll probably lift in, I don't know, probably 8 or something. So I've got some time.
I want to get in a bulking context at least half of the carbs that I'm going to eat throughout the whole day, just so I can be, not just have the carbs in my system, but actually have digested them, sent them out to my fucking muscles. Because that's what happens. Your fucking muscles have like glycogen stores. So anytime you drink fucking, a lemonade, you eat a bunch of Skittles, you eat some fucking rice or some bread, whatever, the carbs in a bulking context where you're eating in a surplus, right? For the most part, a good amount of them are going to get sent to your muscles. You're going to be nice and full and strong. You're going to get a fucking sick pump. Like, let's say I stopped eating right now, and let's say I had no carbs from right now to 2 days from now. Let's say I did 2 days, zero carbs. I would still hit my protein, whatever. In those 2 days, my fucking muscles would shrink. They would literally fucking shrink because the carbs are what's keeping them full of fucking water and glycogen. So, I mean, when I jump onto the diet and I cut my calories from, you know, whatever they're at now, I think 5-ish thousand down to fucking 2,500, initially I'm going to drop like probably 6 or so pounds within like 3 days. Now, that weight is not real. That's not 6 pounds of muscle. That's not 6 pounds of fat. That's just 6 pounds of intramuscular water and carbs, which is just kind of fluff weight. When you're bulked up, like let's say I did my bulk, or let's go way back in time to January when I started the bulk. Instantly, I shot up from, 230 to like 236, 238 in just like a week. I didn't gain it. You don't fucking gain 8 pounds of muscle in a week. That's not how this shit works. All that was carbs and water getting siphoned into my fucking muscles. Now, after a while of that, once you're pretty much as full as you can be of carbs, that's when your weight will change from just that rapid spike, from going from a dieted phase to a bulk phase, to a slow increase steadily over time. And that's really what you want. Like for me to gain weight, I have to be very consistent. Like if I had a day, like when I went to the Arnold earlier in March, I did not fucking eat enough food. I was going from, my 6,000 a day ish, 5-ish thousand. The Arnold, I probably had fucking 1,500 just because I was walking around all day. We didn't prep any food. Really, I was just being irresponsible. But the next day, I literally dropped about 3 pounds, 3 or 4 pounds, just from one day of, not being fucking full. And, that's pretty much how drastic it is. So let's just scoop up some of this fucking, oh, holy fuck, it's hot. Well, oh, holy shit. All right, I gotta let this cool off a little longer. But let's cut to the next fucking meal. So back from the gym, showered, clean. It's irresponsibly late because I have to wake up for an 8:30 and do, oh, dude, I might even just do the cardio afterwards, just so I can get some extra sleep. But I was kind of slacking on the protein today. I was gonna eat, so I got a ribeye too when I went to Kroger, but I got that before I left. So I moved into school, and then I went back home for a couple days. Classes haven't started yet, but it's brown, so I'm fucked. So a big protein shake for the end of the night. So 75 grams of the just the hostile protein powder, and then I got a fucking blueberry bagel with a shit ton of cream cheese on it. So 75 grams of protein-ish, a little bit of carbs and fats, 50 grams of carbs, and like I think it's pushing like 40 grams of fat in the cream cheese. This ended up being like a go-to breakfast for me back when I was in high school. I wasn't really like bulking, I was kind of just main gaining, but that was a pretty solid dent in my calories for the day. One in the morning, I just do plain bagel, ton of cream cheese, and like I couldn't even tell you how many little slices of salami. But I mean, dude, that one bagel could end up being like, well, 50 grams of protein. No, 50 grams of carbs, so 200. You could do, if you're really good about it, or if you make a thick one, you can have a fucking 700 calorie bagel right there. And it's fucking tiny. I don't know about salami with the fucking blueberry. That might be a little funky. And then at night, that's when I'll take my vitamins. I find it kind of weird. I get a lot of comments that are like, should I take my vitamins in the morning or when's the best time? I couldn't tell you. Even if there is a best time, I just fucking take it at night. So clearly you've seen the whole day's diet was not conventional in a fucking bodybuilding sense. You know, it wasn't like 3 meals of fucking chicken and rice pre-workout. But, you know, in my mind, I'm trying to hit my fucking macros. However the fuck you do it is, however the fuck you do it that worked for you, fuck man, it's perfect. But when I start dieting down, I would never eat this fucking bagel. I would never eat this. This bagel right here is sitting in front of me. It's fucking. Let me do the math again. Come on. It's like it's 500-600 calories. If I've only got 2,500 calories throughout the day, I'm not going to eat anything this calorie dense. You know, I'm going to be eating like, you know, turkey sandwiches with just mustard, some lettuce, and then keto bread, so it's low carb. Or I'm going to be doing like a bunch of fucking ground beef with 0 sugar sweet baby rays. Oh my God. You know it's perfect. I'll do fucking, well, I'll just show you when I diet, but it ends up being like pound of ground beef, like 95% lean, you know, cook it up, pour off the fat, whatever, and then mix that up with the 0-calorie baby rays with fat-free fat-free shredded cheese. Dude, that stuff is fucking. The macros are bananas with the shredded cheese because it's just like 9 grams of protein. Honestly, it's probably not like a complete protein. So when I plug into the fucking macro tracker, if I got like 20 grams of the fat-free cheese, which I don't even know, it's probably got all sorts of weird shit in it, but it tastes sick and, you know, 0 fat. But we'll get into that another day. So vitamins, I just take a night. I've got a whole little mix. Honestly, all you need is a fucking multivitamin. That should pretty much hit everything. I've got some extra calcium and magnesium and zinc in here. I've also got the Accutane taken with, you know, fats. That's good for you if you're doing that. I tell you what, if you go back fucking in the early videos, like days, you know, honestly, probably like 1 through 100, this wasn't really a bulk transformation. This was a skin transformation. Don't worry, I'm getting my blood tested. You know, Accutane has the potential to fuck you up. So that's definitely under dermatologist supervision. I couldn't imagine just doing one at once anymore. You know, I'm not a complete freak. I remember seeing this clip of like Juji Mufu doing handfuls of them. Yeah, it's just kind of for fun. But I mean, if you can't handle pills, I guess I'm sure some of you are probably like that. I think you guys are probably grown up so you can swallow a pill. Just get a fucking gummy vitamin. End of the day, you get a sweet little treat before you go to bed, and that's the end of it. So I'm gonna sit here, eat the bagel, drink this shake, take my fucking creatine. I do that at night too, and then I'm going to bed. We're done. So I'm probably not gonna do that many of these. Honestly, I mean, it's the same shit every day. You know, maybe I'll do one. Uh, well, at this rate, it's going to be one every fucking year. But I'll definitely have to do one just to show the fucking contrast between the bulk diet and like the actual, you know, fat loss calorie deficit diet. Because I mean, I really can't stress enough how different the fucking food looks. So, solid back pump. Did my cardio this morning. I know you probably didn't do it. For me, when I'm extra busy, like, you know, I'm gonna have an 8:30 tomorrow. Maybe I don't want to fucking ride my bike to the gym because I mean, for me, the rec center's like 2 blocks away. But yeah, maybe I don't want to fucking go there and then walk in and scan my card, walk up. I can just fucking jump on the seated bike that I got at home. It's not as fun though. I kind of like the ambiance of the gym. It's and I think I just probably like being in the gym in general. But that's it. Fucking see you next time, goddammit. I almost came down in the middle of this food. Almost forgot to freaking record it, you know? So let's just break down the numbers first. and then we can describe a little bit more detail. So, just when I got up with cooking the eggs, I grabbed 2 slices of American cheese, just as a fucking snack. 8 grams of protein in, 8 of fat, 4 carbs. So 50 grams of protein worth of eggs, about 3 grams of fat when I added the olive oil, about 12 grams of carbs worth of low sugar or no sugar added Sweet Baby Ray's, and then some of the Silo 9 for a little bit of hydration because I just woke up dehydrated. So, and then I also added a little bit of the clustered dextrin. So now that's at about 12 grams of carbs. And then 2 cups of the Carb Master low calorie chocolate milk. So that's going to add up to about 14 grams of carbs. No, wait. Yeah, exactly. 14 grams of carbs and 11 grams of protein. So all in all, breakfast, 70 grams of protein, 11 of fat, 42 of carbs. That's about right. I don't want to just slam a bunch of carbs right when I wake up. I'm not a massive, it's not like I'm planning the meals out incredibly specifically, but I do want to have my carbs closer to the workout. I wouldn't want to just eat like 2 bagels, 100 grams of carbs, just to kind of, in a sense, burn it off when I do the cardio. And I don't mean like burning off, like as soon as I eat it, it'll just fucking disappear into nothing from the cardio. I'm saying I'll kind of feel nice and full from having that many carbs in my system. And I want to feel like that when I'm actually doing my weight training. The cardio, it's whatever. I don't need it. I mean, honestly, sometimes I'll just do the cardio fasted just because, and then I can start eating later in the day. But I definitely want to start off with a little bit of protein. I mean, I just went all night without eating anything. So, coupled with this, my little cup full of all my freaking vitamins. That's pretty much all there is to it. So again, this one will look... This whole day will look incredibly different than the last one. Purely because I'm trying to eat less calories. If I'm trying to eat a lot of calories, then I want to eat calorie-dense foods like big ass bowls of whatever, sweets, everything. Because I'm trying to change the scale. And now, the same thing is true. I am trying to change the scale, but in the opposite fashion. So I'm trying to eat less food. And of course, eating less food, you're going to be freaking hungry. Right? So I want to try to eat foods that make me feel full, like make me feel satiated. They fill up my hunger bar and not go over that 2,500 calorie limit. But I'm not concerned with the source of the calories. Like just yesterday, I had 2 spicy chicken sandwiches from Wendy's as the meal, like 3 hours, or no, like 2.5 hours before the workout. And I was talking to my one friend, and he was like, "Oh, you're already having cheat meals?" But I don't see it as a cheat meal. It's not like, how am I cheating? At the end of the day, I still had my 2,500 calories. That's the amount of calories I'm trying to eat so I can lose body fat. And I was in my, relative macro arrangement. Like I'm trying to get to 250 grams of protein, 50 grams of fat, and about 250, maybe I'll bounce around 250 and 300 grams of carbs. But as long as at the end of the day, you can hit the calories that you find is your calorie deficit level, like you're going to have to figure this out. It's kind of complicated. It's not very fun. I'll talk about it in a second. But if you can find out what your maintenance calories is, right, the amount of food you have to eat every day to just stay the same weight, then guess what? Drop it down from 500 calories from that, and you actually stay at that level, then you're going to start to see the scale change. Now, you can go online and look up like a maintenance calorie calculator, which you'll plug in your weight, your height, your energy level, stuff like that. And it'll pump out a number like, oh, your maintenance calories as a 5'11", 180-pound 18-year-old is this. But that's not totally accurate. That doesn't account for everything going on in your body. But that can be a good a good starting point. But really the best way to figure it out is just by taking like 2 weeks, eating as much food as you're hungry for, and weighing yourself every day. But I'm not just saying eat all your food, you have to track it as well. Because let's say you've been the same weight for 2 weeks straight. If you tracked all the food that you ate over those 2 weeks, and if you were the same weight at the beginning and the same weight at the end, then if you average out that amount of calories, that's your maintenance. But of course, that's no fun because then you have to weigh yourself every morning and track all your calories. I was just telling somebody at the gym who was talking about how he wanted to bulk up, and he said, "Well, I'm hitting my protein, my gram of protein per day, and then I'm just kind of eating whatever." And I was like, "All right, well, that's all fine and good, but if you actually want to gain weight, you've got to start tracking the macros and making sure that you're eating consistently at a level that's above your maintenance calories. It's not that's all there is to it. Whenever I plateau in a bulk, it's just because I'm not eating enough food, and then vice versa. If I'm not losing weight, it's because I'm eating too much food. I'm inclined to believe my scale was kind of wonky these last couple of days because it was like 238 at the heaviest day. That was coupled with raising the calories for a few days. But then this morning was 233, which I think is closer to about what I'm looking for. So by the end of this, and maybe a month and a half-ish, I'll probably be maybe 230, maybe upper 220s. And then, I mean, I'm already starting to feel hungry. I'm, I'm already itching to start the bulk again. But I kind of need this time as the resensitization period. Plus, who doesn't want to get lean once in a while? So I'm going to go do my cardio after I finish all this. And then I got to drive to the grocery store. I'm not going to do a recording myself in the grocery at Kroger with the cart with the camera in the cart. That's kind of fucked. But I'll just go over some shit that I bought because I was home for the weekend and all my meats are bad and I ran out of all my keto bread. So I think we're 543 calories in one meal. That sounds about right. So I'm gonna go do my cardio and then we can skip to what do you think? What do you think? Should I do the post cardio pose down? Or should we just skip to the next meal plus the food I got at the grocery store? You decide. And then in 3 seconds, you'll see if you're right. Probably not exactly what you were expecting. I guess I kind of hinted at it. I got the low-cal buns with a pack of tuna on each one. And then I got a little thing of just like salmon sushi with no rice on it from Kroger. And I'm not thinking to myself, okay, I want to eat about 3 ounces of salmon because the omega-3s are going to be good. I'm just thinking, I think that's going to taste good, right? You can eat what you want, but you've got to be careful about it. Like, it's not like I couldn't, go to fucking Wendy's and get another spicy chicken sandwich, but I got to be able to accept the fact that that's 500 calories all at once. And it honestly might not make me feel that full for that long. Eating, in terms of maintaining a baseline level of, let's just say satiation, right? Like being full. I would not want to start off the day with like 100 grams of carbs worth of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Because then I'm going to have a big blood sugar spike. And once it crashes, I'm going to be hungry again. I'm not concerned with that on a bulk. I'm trying to eat a ton of food. But if I'm cutting down, I don't want to have too many crazy blood sugar fluctuations from eating like a bunch of sweets at once. So that's why most of the carbs I'm eating are a little bit more, complex, like from the breads. And even then, I'm hardly getting any from the breads. So I've only got 840 calories down so far after I eat both of these. So 56 grams of carbs. I'll definitely want to eat one more time before I go train. Maybe have a little bit of a carb heavier meal. Because, I'm not so concerned with it. When I'm bulking up, I want to have like 400, 500 grams of carbs in me from, the whole day before the lift even starts.
But since I've only got like 250, 300 to play with for the diet, I'm not just going to slam all 300 before training. I still got to eat some later on. So the timing isn't so crazy important in the sense of like having a ton of food beforehand. Really what I'm focusing on is having an even spread of my food throughout the day. Because if you eat a ton of your fucking let's say you do the macro tracker, you do have a plan, you know your calorie limit if you want to lose fat. If you bust through half of it before noon, you're probably not going to have that much fun for the rest of the day, because then you got to be pretty careful. So I guess I'm kind of lying. I don't really spread it out super like super evenly. I probably am a little bit more sparse in the morning, and then I'd say I eat most of my food around, noon onward. Because the last thing you want to do is go to bed hungry, because then you're just asking for it to go downstairs and just scarf down something. And it's fucking hard to just take one scoop of ice cream. I've said this before. This is a classic dieting situation. You go down to the freezer, you're looking at the thing of vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll just have one scoop, and I'll even weigh it. I'll enter the macros. It's okay. Come on. You want to prevent that situation from even starting. But I'm going to eat this. I got to edit the video for what would be for you yesterday. And then we can cut to the next meal. And that'll probably be the last one I eat before I go hit back. What the heck am I saying? Before I go hit arms. There we go. All right, so I just added everything up. Immediately after I eat anything, or even if I'm planning to eat something, I'm going to preemptively put it into the fucking stupid simple macro tracker. I'm probably going to say the name of the app about a billion more times. Hopefully you'll listen. But these all together were this whole plate. Give me your estimation. How many calories for 3 peanut butter sandwiches? Would you guess? It's a good guess. 310 calories, 30 grams of protein, 10 grams of fat, and 25 grams of carbs. Sweet. So now I just get to sit here and enjoy. With the bread itself, since it's made of, it's got to be made out of something, right? It's primarily dietary fiber, insoluble dietary fiber. So I'll admit, it doesn't taste as good. It's like normal bread. If I were to get a legit, maybe get fancy with it, get a brioche bun and put some real peanut butter on it. Well, actually, this peanut butter is pretty comparable, honestly. The peanut butter part's good. But the bread, all the keto bread, or if you get like keto tortillas or, keto sliced bread, keto bagels, it's not as good as the real thing, but it's pretty good. So yeah, this should be a lot more, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Yeah, this would be a lot less sweet if it wasn't for the 0-calorie syrup. I don't know where I came up with that, but that is the best. I mean, sometimes I won't even put it on like the keto stuff itself. I'll just have that bowl of it, and I'll like scoop it up with some, keto tortillas, or you can do celery, whatever. I mean, think about this. These 3 little sandwiches is the equivalent calories of 1 single cheeseburger from McDonald's. And I know for a fact these are going to make me feel much more full. So again, prioritizing volume over density. This is the way to do it. So I think I'm going to go to the rec center for arms tonight. I'm not insane. Well, I guess I am kind of picky with what gym I go to. That's why I go to so many. But with arms especially, really all I need is like cables and dumbbells. Pretty much any gym has that. I mean, Planet Fitness is perfect for arms. Cables for push downs, and then dumbbells for curls. And they've got a couple of good preacher machines too. I have a little bit of an on-off relationship with that one tricep extension where it looks like a preacher, but then you push like this. And that's the only one I'm a little finicky about. But You know, if you've got access to basic stuff, you can go fucking hard. I mean, I've had crazy chest days and crazy back days in the basement gym. I guess you got a glimpse of that in the last video. And I mean, all I was doing was like incline barbell bench and then some, you know, dumbbell flies with the dumbbells I have and like hex press, stuff like that. You know, if you want to have a good workout, you can do it without relying on really specialty equipment. I guess I'm a little bit hypocritical about that because I'm always complaining that I want to use like a really fancy overhead tricep machine to get a lot more stretch on the long head. But, you know, you can make do. I've said this before. A good craftsman doesn't blame his tools. So, I'm going to sit here on TikTok for a few minutes, finish this off, and then I'd say in maybe, this isn't a big meal. I don't mind eating pretty close to the lift. I would, like, if I'm bulking, I would not want to eat like a full bulked meal and then lifts like right then. You know, I want to wait probably at least an hour for everything to settle. But when I'm cutting down, since I'm not eating so much food, my stomach really doesn't get upset. So I'm thinking maybe 30 minutes-ish, get the pre set up, and then we can go hit arms. Oh. All right, so let's mix up the pre. So watermelon candy bloodshot. I won't lie, I feel like I was approaching the danger zone when I cut this little water bottle into a makeshift funnel, but I don't know what I did with the one I like. So this will work, well, it'll work perfectly. Honestly, I almost like this one more than the dedicated one I had before. This one actually seems to have a wider mouth. But 1 serving of the stem-free bloodshot. But of course, I'm not a stem-free guy, so where's the... fuck. The watermelon candy blood hostilities at home. So watermelon and grape. It's both fruity. Good mix. So, I mean, let's be real. If they're both fruit flavored, how weird can it be? So, looks like there we get the pre-mixed up. I kind of want to, like, there's still powder in here. Maybe I'm just being OCD, but I kind of want to get it all actually in. I'm sure, you know, the little bits that didn't actually make it won't change much. But why leave it up to chance? So the intro workout drink and the jug is just this 0 sugar lemonade. Really, I just kind of want something sweet to drink with no calories. So that's perfect. It gives me a pre-jug and my intra-jug. So I will prepare a little bit of something for the post-workout shake. Obviously not as big as my, you know, bulking post-workout shake. The one with the cluster dextrin and the cluster dextrin and the pre-post-workout and a bulk. I mean, that's a 600 calorie shake just slammed instantly. Not even like as the post-workout meal. Like I go home and eat something too. But on the cut, I still, you know, post-workout, I still want some easily digestible carbs, and I still want some, you know, protein powder with some digestive enzymes. I mean, it really couldn't hurt you. But I also pack some food too. We'll get into that a little later. So I'm not going to count these macros right now. I'll talk about it when I actually, you know, eat it after the lift. I'll just whatever. So that I'll bring it up again, but that's 25 grams of the cluster dextrin, so the equivalent of 25 grams of carbs. And then 1 scoop of the cookies and cream ISO H1. Very nice. I better add some ice into this too. I always regret not adding ice. The jug is cold because this was in the fridge before, so that's good. But a shake with ice. I don't want to say the word, I don't want to be crazy and say game changer, but at the same time, I sort of do. Ooh, you know what's actually pretty good? I wish I had a blender right now. Or not a blender, what am I thinking of? Like a NutriBullet. Because you can do, you know, with 2 scoops of protein in there, whatever, with the water. I've never really been a big fan of mixing it with milk. But if you throw that with a bunch of ice into a NutriBullet and blend it up into more of like a, yeah, it just kind of ends up being like a smoothie. It's much better. That's what I got to get. By the time I do another full day of eating, we'll have a little NutriBullet in here. Oh, that reminds me of a little dieting hack too. I'm not going to get into it today, but I'll save that for later. So there we go. Yeah, let's line them up. Post-workout, intra-workout, pre-workout. So let's slam this and then get in the car and get over there. Talk about what we plan to do for arms. I thought I forgot that I packed food because I wanted a little change of scenery. You know, it's no fun if I'm just sitting in my kitchen every clip that I'm eating, you know? So what got packed? Well, just like normal, 25 grams of cluster dextrin, 25 grams of the cookies and cream protein powder. Let's just get this out of the way. I don't think I needed that much water. Probably did not need that much water. And then we're doing a little bit of a repeat. I just I just ended up making 3 more of those little peanut butter sandwiches with the syrup. So let me make sure I know what the macros are. I just added them all up. There we go. Yep. So in these little sandwiches with the keto bread, plus the shake with the cluster dextrin, 36 grams of carbs, 13 grams of fat, 45 grams of protein. So right now I'm at 191 of protein, 40 of fat, and 117 of carbs. So I've got, when I get home, I get to eat kind of a hearty meal. I've still got 1,000 calories left. But until then, I guess I'll just fucking chill right here and slam these. So that pump was fucking diabolical. Like, whoa. And I'm as light as I've ever been for this, well, for the considerable amount of time. I mean, 233. That is much less than 245, but the pump was still fucking gnarly. I'm sure I'll get tired of these eventually, but they're still hitting pretty hard. But yeah, I mean, I just had that fucking, I don't know. I didn't even drink like an insane amount of water today either. Well, I don't know. I guess I did. I filled up the jug with like a little electrolyte pack, and I made sure to drink like half of it, so like about a liter before the cardio and then a full liter after. When you're cutting down your hydration, and that's not just water, I'm talking about water and electrolytes, that's definitely going to determine how good the lift is. Because sure, I mean, I could come in here with like 500 calories total eaten so far in the day, but that won't inherently mean I'm going to have a bad lift. If I'm like dehydrated, I've had no electrolytes, plus maybe I didn't get a ton of sleep, that's what's really going to, you know, affect my lift in a dieting context. But, you know, the food, I'm pretty much used to the 2,500 calories right now. But it also helps that, like I was saying before, I'm trying to eat foods that are very filling, but don't have like, you know, well, they have less calories than I would imagine them to have, if you get what I'm saying. You know, I could eat the same little stack of sandwiches with peanut butter, with the normal style bread and the normal peanut butter, and it would be 1,000 calories. But instead, 300. So I'm sure the more of these I'll do, I'll add some other little tricks. Like I was kind of hinting at this before, I've got a pretty good little mix to make these protein powder pancakes. It's like, I forget the ratio. It's like 2 scoops of protein, 2 egg whites, some baking powder. You got to blend it. I forget the exact recipe. I had it down pretty good for a while. And those are pretty good. Honestly, fresh off the pan, it's not that unenjoyable. It's like pretty good. But if you let it get cold, it just turns into kind of a rubbery, it's not, that's something you got to eat it right then. But, you know, the more curious you are with your food, the more you'll be able to find little things and tips and whatever tricks that are going to work for you. Now, I won't lie, it kind of requires the prerequisite that you're into counting your calories, tracking everything. You got a food scale on the counter, and you actually use it. That's the only thing that I've had. That's the only thing where I see like someone make a video about me and they said they didn't think I used my food scale. I took that one to heart. Dude, I use the food scale every day of my fucking life. At least when I have to use foods where I have to measure out the quantities. Because for prepackaged stuff, it's super easy. All you have to do is read it off the back of the label. You know, I'm sure it seems like a lot of work to count your calories, but it's honestly only a couple of seconds. And the better you get at it, or well, let's just say the longer you do it, the better you'll get at it. And it's just going to become second nature. I mean, whether it's a blessing or a curse, I kind of feel weird eating food without tracking the macros now, you know? So I'm not just going to sit here. I'm probably just going to go back and, you know, talk to some guys I know down there while I finish these last two sandwiches. And then let's cut to, I guess that we don't really need a car talk. Do you want one anyway? All right, okay. Let's get in the car. Now that I'm thinking about it, that might not have been the best point when I was talking about how I weigh everything. Because today's the first day I came back from my actual like family's house for the weekend. And I forgot the kitchen scale at home. So I didn't weigh anything today. But I did measure it out. I just had to use a little bit more of a roundabout method. So I already plugged in the macros of the sandwich, but now I gotta throw in 2 cups of this Carb Master chocolate milk. And luckily my shaker has little increments. So maybe it'll be 10 or so milliliters off. It's close enough. So 2 cups of this adds up to, let's do some quick math here. It's 14 grams of carbs and 22 grams of protein. So with this, my protein's almost maxed out. I've only got like 12 left. Maybe I'll have a little more later. I guess you'll see. But I've still got 330 calories left. So if you're concerned about the sourcing of protein, because there was a considerable amount that just came from that, you know, the peanut butter powder. I remember looking some stuff up about how like the protein in breads and the protein in peanuts sort of like combine. So when I was adding up all these macros, I just kind of count the bread proteins as negligible. So it's protein from bread. It's not a complete protein. But the bread plus the peanut butter, I think it kind of blends together. There's probably more research that could be done for me, but, you know, whatever. I think the protein is still doing a little something in the system. Definitely enough to maintain the muscle I've built. So now I just get to sit here and chill. You know, with all the driving, this kind of turned into, it's kind of morphed from a full day of eating just to a full day of everything, like a day in the life. I don't really have anything to do today, though. So it's not really the most interesting day in the life. Almost. One second. I'm sure when I do another one of these soonish, I'll do it on a day where I actually go to class. And maybe I'll just like pack some stuff and sit in the study room. Because I've definitely got more meals than this at my disposal when I think about what I want to eat on a cut. A little bit repetitive with those peanut butter sandwiches. And then obviously a fucking Wendy's chicken, whatever. Not the most interesting method. But I'm serious. Macros, calories in, out, calories in, out, calories in, calories out. That is the method which is going to allow you to change the way your body looks more effective than anything else. You know, and when people talk about, I can't lose weight. I'm naturally this is big boned. We hear that a ton. I mean, I'm not trying to hate. I'm literally just saying, if you're the same weight for a continuous period of time, that just means you're eating at a calorie maintenance level. So if you want to lose weight, you got to eat less food or burn more energy throughout the day. So, you know, the way I look at it on a bulk and on a cut, I mean, the cut gets a little bit more, let's just say, conventional. Like that breakfast, egg whites and barbecue sauce, that's pretty bodybuilder-esque. Honestly, that was the only meal I had like that. So, I mean, food's food. You know, you're looking at a Wendy's chicken, right? But through my eyes, like pretend to, you get what I'm saying, 50 grams of carbs, 15 grams of fat, and 25 grams of protein. So, in terms of calories, this would be the same as if I were to eat 25 grams of carbs, 25 grams of protein worth of like cubed chicken with some, you know, buffalo sauce added onto it, let's say 15 grams of fat worth, and then 50 grams of rice on the side. You know, fucking whether it's 50 grams of protein from pasta or 50 grams of carbs from pasta or 50 grams of carbs from like a pack of ramen, the energy inside of those fucking carbs is the same. So that's kind of been my outlook on the matter. And it definitely seems to allow me to change the way my body's composed. You know? So at the end of the day, that's the point. Like, on a bulk, obviously, if I felt like shit, then, and I thought that it was because I was eating so much like processed foods and sugars and whatever, then maybe I'd chill out on it. But if I'm feeling good, I'm feeling pumped, walking around gaining some weight, and that's all good for me. So let's save the end talk for the next meal, but I'm gonna finish the sandwich, drink the little chocolate milk, put my clothes in the laundry. I told myself I was gonna clean the kitchen today. I did not. Maybe tomorrow. But let's cut to the last meal, and this is almost the end, man. This was a fucking long one. I'll be real with you, some calories didn't get recorded, but you didn't really fucking miss anything. All I did was weigh out or measure out another cup of the freaking Carb Master chocolate milk and have a drink before I went in the shower and got my laundry going. So, final meal. Let's just look over the freaking whole day's macros. But final meal, packed with not just like the Maruchan kind of orange looking ramen. Like that's fine, I like it, but a little more pricey. A little more pricey. Gotta get the Nissan Rao. That's where it's at. But let's get a little more specific. It's not just a bowl of ramen. It's 7 grams of fat, 66 grams of carbs, 8 grams of protein. In all the time that I've been dieting and I've gotten pretty lean, I never really track. Like I track everything, but I don't track the protein from non-dedicated protein sources. Like, you know, every time I eat those live, I'm looking at the name of it now, live carb smart bread, you know, the keto bread, whatever. I mean, it's like it says 3 grams of protein, but I mean, come on, let's be real. You're not going to get yoked eating fucking bread protein, right? We need some meats, some dairy products, some fish, some eggs, things like that. So I'm not going to count the 8 grams from this. And then I plugged in the 7 grams of fat, but this thing comes with a fucking little oil packet. I don't care for it. It kind of has a weird taste. So even though I plugged in the 7, maybe that's all the 7 grams of fat right there. But total for the day, the finale, once I finish this bowl, 249 grams of protein, 62 grams of fat, and 254 grams of carbs. So I guess I went slightly over the goal of 2,500, 2,570. Fuck. Not really. Come on. As long as you're bouncing around right there, one day of a little over, it's not going to hurt you. Now, if you got one day where you're way over, like, you know, I don't foresee it happening, but let's say I finish this bowl, I go to bed, and then I come back downstairs and I start just eating everything in sight. I eat for another 2,500 calories, cheat meal style. That's what I really call cheating on your diet, when you have that fucking kind of a binge day. Then, tomorrow, I'm probably gonna fucking weigh an extra, 2 pounds, 3 pounds. Just because, all those calories I just ate are gonna fill me back up. Because right now I'm in a very flat state, like muscularly, my intramuscular glycogen, it's relatively depleted. So for me to have one day to like just eat, honestly, just whatever I want, all that day is really going to do is, fill up my glycogen stores. I'm not just going to turn all that food into fat, but then you have to get on track again. And for the next few days, you're going to gradually deplete those glycogen stores until you're back at your, low level where you're actually burning fat. So, one seriously bad day, if you're trying to trim down every so often, probably won't hurt you too bad. But when you have a couple days in a row, that's shit going to start to add up. Then you're really just making the opposite of progress. You're regressing, right? You're putting more fat tissue onto your frame. So not only do you have to be diligent about tracking your macros, you got to stay on that calorie limit, at least such that the average calories that you had for the week is in your deficit level. Because let's think about this. I could do 2 days of 2,000 calories. But if I did, the next 2 days of like 6,000, then those 2 days didn't mean shit, because it all balances out to like, what does that balance out to? Like 4,500? I think we get the basic gist. Honestly, overall, I'm sure your impression of the diet is I'm eating and I'm just eating less. So there's tips and tricks to make it a bit easier to eat in a calorie deficit, like the little peanut butter sandwiches, the eggs with a sweet barbecue sauce on it with low sugar, no sugar added. I'm trying not to drink too many calories. The chocolate milk, I guess that's kind of a caveat, just because, I kind of feel full after I drink some of that chocolate milk. So it's not like I'm completely wasting away calories by drinking, like a Sprite or something. So that's all I got, man. I already took the vitamins. I'm going to go to bed after this, 2570. The pump was insane. Those are pretty much my 3 main goals for the day on the cut. So that's perfect. So I'll sit here, mess with this, and then I'm not going to record. Obviously, this is the end, but I'm thinking for breakfast, I got a top round steak. It's like, said 0.8 ounces. So probably if I cook up the whole thing, it'll be about, I think, 70 grams of protein. I'll look it up and weigh it. I'm going to get a food scale tomorrow again too. But I think I'll make some little steak sandwiches where, cook up the steak, whatever, salt, pepper, avocado oil so it doesn't smoke up. You get the deal. Cut it into kind of, patty-ish shapes. Throw it onto those keto buns and a slap of American cheese. It's badass. That was my breakfast a couple days ago. So main point that I'm really trying to fucking, drive into you, the viewer, is if you're trying to lose body fat, the only thing that's stopping you is whether or not you can eat in a calorie deficit. And I don't care what food you eat. You just have to be in a deficit to burn body fat. And if you want to gain weight, you have to eat in a surplus. Now, obviously, when you add, bodybuilding, lifting, training, when you're dieting down, you're going to maintain some muscle. Well, not some muscle. You're going to maintain the muscle that you have on your frame. And when you're bulking up, combining the lifting and the surplus, you should gain muscle. You'll gain a little bit of body fat. So when I look at that combination of circumstances, that's why doing like a big bulk and then a short cut just makes sense to me. I've been plotting my weight for the last 2 years or so since I've been bulking. And it's like bulk up to here, cut down to here. And this is the starting level. So after that little bulk and cut, I'm heavier than I was before. I've got more muscle on my frame, and I just repeat the process. Now, I've also main gained for even longer than that. Because in high school, started off 160-ish. And I was just making sure to hit my protein and lift hard. And I got up to like my heaviest weight in like high school when I was doing diving too. So I was on the diving team freshman year here. I was about 200, but lean. I did one cut one summer. I was a pretty freaky 180. So a little bit of details there. So again, 233 this morning. It's kind of late, so I may be slightly heavier tomorrow, just because I may still have some of this in my system. But don't focus too much on the day-to-day weight changes. If you're tracking your stuff and you're trying to, see a pattern, a trend line. But week to week, you should definitely start to see something going on. And if you're not seeing any changes on the scale, then this is your issue. I can guarantee it. So, tomorrow I got a fucking ton of class, man. I better get some sleep. So, I'll see you next time. All right, so I'm not going to make them all this long, but I've got to go to the grocery store later, so I think I may as well take you with me. Why not? Because, I've got a bunch of food at my, school apartment, but now that I'm home for the weekend, I can't just eat normal bread, or at least I don't want to. Plus, we don't have a ton of proteins other than just eggs. But it's a perfect breakfast, so. This is pre-cardio. I've already taken all my vitamins and my caffeine pill. So, pre-cardio and just in the morning in general, I want to do some caffeine just to kind of wake up, morning coffee style. But, well, I guess there is no but. That's just how I do it. Oh, yeah, no. So this is pre-cardio. So let me actually check the macros. I just plugged them all in. It's just 5 egg whites and 1 whole egg. Just because, come on, you don't want to miss out on the omega-3s in the yolk. But I do not want, 5 whole eggs for breakfast. Because then that's going to be 25 grams of fat in one meal. That's half the fat I have, allocated for the whole day. But this is going to end up being, 20 grams of protein, 5 grams of fat. And then I just poured in, I don't know, a bunch of this salsa. I'm not inclined to believe, well, I guess it does have carbs in. I'll plug them in. 4 grams of carbs. Yeah, come on, track everything. You get the drill. But this will be pre-cardio. So 20 grams of protein, that doesn't feel like that much in one meal. Which, you'd be right, but I don't really want to eat a ton of food before I go do cardio. And just in general, I don't want to eat a ton of food in the morning anyway. I've only got so much food for the whole day. I want to spread it out pretty evenly and maybe have it be a little bit more biased towards nighttime. Just because that is when you're going to be most prone to potentially, want to go over your calorie limit on a cut. Because nobody wants to go to bed hungry. That just sucks. So for me, it ends up being easier to be a little bit more sparse with the calories in the beginning of the day, and then eat a little bit more towards and after training. And honestly, if I'm good throughout the day, I can go to bed right after like a 800 calorie meal. A big ass turkey sub from Subway with all of my lettuce, mustard, mayonnaise, whatever. That's 600 calories. I can go to bed feeling pretty full after eating a whole fucking sub. Or, whatever. I can still eat like my ramen and steak or like go get like a fucking sandwich somewhere. But I'm a little bit more careful about what I'm eating purely due to the fact that I don't want to eat anything that has a lot of calories but isn't going to make me feel full. The allure of having like a treat, like candies or whatever, it's just not worth the fact that I'm going to be hungrier later on. So if you got trouble with that, that can make dieting down much more difficult for you instead of bulking up. I'd say I've got a pretty similarly, well, I don't want to say easy, but let's just say kind of balanced. Well, what am I even trying to say here? Like for me, it's not that hard for me to bulk up, and I'm not struggling when I'm dieting down either. But some people who are just, naturally maybe have a little bit higher body fat, they've got a higher appetite. For them, bulking up's no problem. Putting on weight, it's like nothing. But for them to go even into a slight deficit, they're going to be starving. And vice versa, the quote unquote hard gainer, for him, staying lean is no problem. He can eat it he can feel like he eats a lot in one day and still be lean just because he's not going over his calorie maintenance. Or maybe he's just barely at maintenance. So you've got to be able to look at your own state of affairs and just kind of be able to understand that for you, maybe getting lean is going to be a little bit more of a challenge. And vice versa, getting heavier is also going to require a bit more effort. So this isn't groundbreaking information. It's just kind of a little bit of an observation. But I'm going to finish this. I'm going to go do my 30 minutes of seated cardio on the bike. And we can do I think let's just jump straight to the pumpless pose down. And then we go to Meyer on the way back. Because I do need a variety of things. Check this guy out. All right, let's go. So I didn't plan on staying here this late. Honestly, I wanted to be done with the lift around maybe 10 or so when I packed this meal. But it's it's past midnight now. So I'm not going to eat this whole thing here. I got to get back to the house. But I got a pound of top round. Left at 127.5 degrees in a sous vide machine for about 5 hours. And then pan fried in avocado oil, high heat for 1 minute each side to get a little sear going. And of course I ruin any culinary articulativeness by dousing the whole thing by cutting it all up and just dousing the whole thing in Kroger hot sauce. But post-workout, it's not like I'm itching to get some protein in my system. I'm not thinking to myself, okay, I just finished the workout, I need some fucking protein quick, or else I'm gonna fucking disintegrate. Like, I'm not thinking those words, but I do want an even spread of protein throughout the day. I am a little less sensitive. Or not sensitive, what am I thinking? If I were to eat 100 grams of protein at one sitting, I don't think it would really, I'm not going to get worked up about it. I see a lot of people saying oh, you can only absorb 40 grams of protein in 2 hours. The rest you're just going to pee out. Look, man, I don't think you're exactly right, but I don't think you're exactly wrong either. On two opposite extremes, right? I'm working with about 250 grams of protein per day. I could eat all of it in one sitting during one meal of the day, or I could evenly spread it out across the whole day and have a steadier flow of amino acids in my bloodstream or whatever. It's definitely going to be better to lean towards there, right? So, but don't freak out. When people, that's just so weird. I'll see somebody eat more than 50 grams of protein in one meal. All the comments, you're not going to absorb that extra. Come on, your body knows how to handle shit. But so I got the steak. I might sit here and scratch at it for a couple more minutes, and then I was kind of running short on my calorie limit for the day right now. Once I eat this, and then I have a little bit of leftover ground beef and cheese, kind of Sloppy Joe style in the fridge. Once I eat this and that, I'll be at about 2,400 calories. So honestly, I think that'll probably just be it for the day. So I don't have room for 60 grams of carbs worth of a pack of Ben's instant rice. So paired with the steak, I just have some of these low carb tortillas. So rather than 25 grams of carbs in one tortilla. These are made with like a ton of insoluble fiber. So instead of that 25 grams, it's only 5. Just by taste, you wouldn't know the difference, I will say this, some of the keto smart options like the keto bread or I just went to Kroger today and I was curious. I saw like this keto cinnamon toast crunch. So of course, me, I'm an addict. I wanted to try it out. And the difference between the real shit and that keto version, they were hardly comparable. Honestly, the keto version sucks. But, some of the shit, this is such a simple substitution, which over the course of the day can seriously change up the amount of calories that you're eating. Even if you're not into the whole tracking all your macros every time about everything, whatever, maybe just get some fucking diet sodas at the house instead of the full sugar ones. Or, have your mom buy some, or, well, I guess not all of you live at home. Why don't you just go buy some of the low carb bread? So instead of 50 grams of carbs in your little sandwich or whatever, you only got 10. All these little tricks, all these little somethings, they all add up, And if you're not a little bit OCD with tracking your snacks and weighing your food and like putting your chocolate milk jug on the scale, zeroing it out, taking a chug and putting it back and like measuring that amount that you just drank, if you can't be that kind of on top of it, it's going to be kind of difficult for you to change the way that your body's composed, Now, I will say this, I'm all for main gaining, like just hitting your protein and then eating as much other foods as you're hungry for. If you combine, let's say you're a 180-pound dude, if you combine 180, maybe 200 grams of protein with weight training and, just eat as much food as you're hungry for, you're going to make steady gains over time. But if you want to do a legit bulk and a legit cut, then it's going to be pretty freaking important for you to get into this whole macro tracking bull crap. Now, obviously, I don't think it's bull crap. I'm trying to relate to you if you're not sold on the idea. But I'm going to scratch at this for a little bit longer, then we get in the car. All right, class 2 of 3 now done. So I just threw a freaking pound of ground beef into a pot, stirred it up on high heat until it was, all brown, and then mixed in a package of microwavable cheddar cheese. No, cheddar broccoli rice. So total macros for this whole bowl, it's like 80 grams of protein. I think about 75 grams of protein. Oh, and then I poured in some hot sauce too, some buffalo. So I think it was about. Actually, I can just pull it up. What am I even thinking about? 75 grams of protein. Looks like we're on 20 grams of fat, and then 65 grams of carbs. So once I eat this whole thing, that'll put me at 1370 for the day. Now, a whole pound of ground beef. I'm not going to eat that all at once. I'm gonna snack on this for a while. I've still got to finish some homework for my next class, so I'm going to sit here for a bit, and then I'll probably just bring this with me, scratch at it when I'm in my next class. So I don't really eat in like, for the most part, especially when I'm dieting down, I'm not really eating dedicated meals. It's more so I'm just kind of eating throughout the day, Like, if I'm going to prep something, I'll prep it in kind of a large batch, the equivalent of a couple of meals, and just kind of, pull it out of the fridge, take a couple of bites when I'm hungry, and put it back. So this will probably be the last thing I eat over the course of the next couple hours. And then, at this point, we can just cut straight to
the car talk for back and rear delts. Nothing else to discuss. You know, didn't really have to get... Well, actually, I guess that is more of a normal grocery trip. You don't go to the grocery store and get everything that you eat. You just kind of replenish the things that you need. So I've already entered these, well, this 2 cups of the Carb Master non-fat chocolate milk into the stupid simple macro tracker. And this little shaker cup has a nice little denomination to tell me when I hit 16 ounces, exactly 2 servings. So that's another 22 grams of protein. And protein from milk, you know, that's up there with beef, eggs, chickens, other dairy products, you know, whatever. It's up there, right? When I think of a dedicated protein source, I mean, I guess I'll just relist it again, right? Red meats, poultry, dairy, eggs, you know, animal products in general are where it's at. So the vegan lifter may need to get his priorities straight. But this plus the sandwich puts me at about 21.73. Now there was a little bit of estimation because, I mean, it's not like the Subway guy added the exact same amount of like this and everything else, whatever. But, you know, the carbs from the vegetables on the sandwich, I pretty much just count as negligible. It's like maybe 3. I just don't even worry about it. But the bread, I definitely have to worry about. You know, that's 80 grams of carbs right there. Now that's just something where, you know, I go online and I look up how many grams of carbs are there in a foot-long Italian loaf from Subway. 2 little button clicks and then boom, the info is right there. You know, it's not too hard to find, but it is a little bit of a hassle to have to look this kind of stuff up. But like I was saying in the car, once you get into it, it's just second nature. So this will put me at 200 grams of protein for the day so far, 61 grams of fat, a little higher than I would have aimed for, but whatever. And then 207 grams of carbs. So I've got just about 350 calories left. So I've got about half a pound of a top round steak in the sous vide right now, doing a little bit of a slow cook. So I'll probably come back down to the kitchen in about maybe like an hour. And then that'll be 50 grams of protein, probably about 50 grams of protein, 15 grams of fat. You know, I'll just give it a quick sear. Take my nightly, actually, no, what am I talking about? I take my vitamins in the morning. Shit. After that, I just get to go to bed. So let me think if anything else has been going on. You know, Subway gets a lot of hate. I was just looking up the one in town on Google Maps, 1.5 stars. You made the sandwich. That's a fucking classic joke. I don't know, man. I like it. I'm probably just nostalgic. Because when I was a kid, you know, my parents had us do the, like the swim team, like summer league. So, nothing like hyper competitive or anything, but, you know, you'd go out and have a whole swim meet where you just kind of hang out in the pool in your little camp, walk around, you'd go do your little events. And, you know, this would be the classic snack that we'd have, is just a sandwich from Subway. So apart from like the steak and rice, which you would call a kind of conventional bodybuilding meal, you know, the rest of this is just, you know, it's just foods, right? Now I'm trying to be specific in my selection for the most part. That's why all the buns I have on top of the fridge are live carb, you know, like low carb keto buns. That's why all the tortillas I have in there are low carb. That's why I have the, I'll just grab it for demonstrative purposes. That's why I've got the powdered peanut butter, where once you reconstitute it with water or
You know, a classic move I've been doing is adding sugar-free syrup to get a little bit of a sweeter taste. You know, all these little, that's another thing, all the diet soda too, all these little replacements make it that much easier for me to stick to, you know, hitting just around what my macro goals are in the day. So if I can have a little peanut butter and jelly sandwich on the keto bread with the powdered peanut butter with some sugar-free jelly, you know, I kind of just get to eat, you know, if you can kind of put in the effort, you can eat whatever you want. Now, there's a little bit of caveats to that, because then you have to get into tracking everything. You've got to constantly be messing with the food scale. But, you know, I like this method the most out of anything. You know, I don't really, it doesn't really appeal to me to do like prepped meals, have a bunch of them in the fridge and like take them out every day and just eat it. Like, I don't know. I kind of want to eat. I don't know. I want to eat when I want to eat, and I want to eat what I want to eat. And then under the constraints of these macros, you know, I'll adjust accordingly. So definitely the most intensively, definitely the style of dieting that requires the most effort on my end, because I have to constantly be thinking about these things and tracking everything every day, or every time I eat something, plugging it into the phone. But I mean, for me, it's the easiest. So if for you, you don't want to be messing with all these calculations, you don't want to constantly be like, oh, how much of, like if you want to just prep a bunch of meals, bodybuilder style, on Sunday, have them in the fridge. You know the pictures when there's like 20 little individual Tupperware containers of measured out chicken, measured out rice, everything's added up perfectly. You don't even have to think about it. You just do your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meals, and then you go to bed. Hey man, if that's your shit, then do it. You know, no matter what, there's no right or wrong way, apart from a couple of constraints, like you have to be in a calorie deficit to lose body fat, and to gain weight, you have to be in a calorie surplus. But, you know, no matter what you do outside of those two realms, whatever works for you works. So figuring out some shit for yourself, and it gets you results, that's just as valid as anything. So I'm going to sit here for a little while, play on my phone. Once I finish this, I'll go fold my laundry, and then we can come back for the steak, and this day will be complete. Final meal of the, I mean, now technically morning. It's 12:30, man. I got to wake up tomorrow. It's just about 8-ish ounces of top round steak. So 50-ish grams of protein, 15 grams of fat. A little bit of a gray band. Must have seared it a little too long on that side. But that puts me at 2,508 calories. This is just a 0 sugar lemonade that I had floating around. Well, not floating around, but, you know, in the fridge. So, no macros to worry about there. Another benefit of all the 0 calorie drinks and stuff like that, you don't even have to think about it. So, do you think I like having to do my cardio every day? Do you think I like tracking all my macros, you know, and going to the gym for like, you know, 2 hours at a time? Because I do. Because I do. It kind of makes me, I feel a little bit weird when I see all the edits or all like these workout posts, and they're very negative. Like, you know, dudes are talking about their, you know, I used to be, like, this is kind of a classic trope. You know, it used to be maybe kind of a fatter kid, and it's like now you're working out. You want to get in shape. Kind of reactively to how you were treated when you were younger. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. Whatever sort of motivation you have to use to get jacked, I mean, that's badass. But for the most part, I try not to dwell on anything very negative in my training. Like, I just think it's sort of a flawed mentality, at least in terms of longevity.
to, want to achieve something, to get over on somebody, or like, oh, fuck, you need to break up with somebody, whatever, you want to get jacked. Oh, then now I'll show them. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. The I'll show them mentality. I'm not saying it won't work, but for the most part, if I try to think about why I'm doing all this stuff, I just like it. I just freaking like it. So maybe there's something mad, deep repressed in my mind which just isn't surfacing. But just walking around being big, moving a ton of weights, all I see is positives, So I'm super into it. But, whatever you got to do, it's not like I'm saying you're wrong. But you got to think. I think you're just going to have a better time in the gym if you think about... Oh, let me see if I can even phrase how I want to say this. It's like thinking about the things that you want to achieve and not the things that you want to, stop, per se. Like, do you want to do it just because, or do you want to do it so that people won't mess with you anymore? Or you get a little bit of the idea I'm talking about, The more often you can just go to the gym, have a hard lift, and just be happy about it due to, for its own sake, I think that you're going to have a better time overall. Right? You shouldn't really be doing anything for anybody else's approval anyway, So, other than that quick little chat as a finisher, I'm going to keep up this level of caloric intake for probably maybe another 3-ish weeks. I think we might hit day 60. Honestly, 60 is kind of coming to mind as the number where I think, okay, that's probably about time to call it. But, I'll see. I'm definitely not going to cut it before 60. But, after that, we'll just get back on the bulk. I'm sure I'll give it some kind of title. I'm not going to call it spring bulk again, of course, but I do look forward to it. Because the way that I look at dieting, and trimming down, I just feel like I'm putting maybe not putting a pause on progress, but just, kind of putting a pause on progress, I like getting bigger, getting stronger, right? Seeing the weight move upwards, gaining muscle tissue, right? That's my favorite part. And even if I'm a little softer and I don't have all the crazy cuts, I think I definitely prefer bulking to cutting. But I like them both. So it's maybe 60% bulking, 40% cutting, right? You got to take each with the other. You got to take one with the other if your deal is the bulking and cutting method, not just main gaining, hitting your protein and eating as much food as you're hungry for. If you do that and combine that with hard weight training, you are going to grow muscle slowly over time for sure. It's just not the method that I'm really into currently. So, getting into a couple of interesting points here. I'm definitely feeling ready for bed. Tomorrow is going to be morning cardio. I'll set the alarm for probably 7:30 or so. I've been waking up before my alarm though. That's kind of cool. I guess that's better than the alternative, waking up after it. But then I got one class. I get to just come home and chill for a while before going to the gym later and hitting arms. So I don't know which gym I'll go to. I kind of like having a circulation, but no matter what gym I go to, the arm pump is going to be freaky. So, cut will come to an end, and the bulk will begin again. So, only bigger and better things to come. I'm out. I'll see you next time. I would say bright and early, but it is not freaking bright and early at all. I didn't have any class today, so I got to sleep way in. So, though this is meal number 1,
I've kind of been up floating around for a while. I already did my cardio, came back, just kind of chilled for a little bit and prepared this whole little display. I couldn't help myself. I kind of ate a little bit of it before I even started the clip. But basic, I guess let's just break down what it is. So 50 grams of protein worth of egg whites out of a carton. Like, you know, it's cool doing the egg whites from like a dozen of eggs. You know, you crack it, separate the yolk, whatever. I mean, I've probably gone through at least hundreds, probably thousands of separated yolks, but then you're just wasting them. It's like, what are you doing, you know? So if you're just going for the egg whites, just buy it in a carton, right? Pour it into the pan, put the pan on a scale, weigh it out to make sure you get your 460 grams, right? You know, you do the math. One serving, 5 grams of protein, and it's 46 grams. So if you want 50, you need 460 grams of the egg whites. You know, it's not like this stuff is complicated math-wise, but you gotta make sure you track all this stuff on the scale. You know, it's not like you can't get good results just kind of guessing stuff, but the scale, like actually well, for one thing, just tracking shit in general, but actually using the scale too, it's kind of the only way to be really consistent with this stuff. So I already plugged in all the macros of this little 50 grams worth of egg whites, plus a pre-chopped salad that I kind of mixed into it. And the point of that is not like, okay, I'm dieting, I need to eat my vegetables. It's really, plain egg whites are just so boring. Like there's no texture. You just kind of feel like you're eating mush in a sense. So when I mix in, you know, some chopped vegetables and then kind of turn it into sort of an omelet. So leave it in the pan, mix in all the, you know, chopped salad, whatever, put 2 slices of pepper jack cheese on it. And once the whole thing's cooked through, flip it over on itself. Perfect. And then just cover it with some low calorie Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, 8 grams of carbs worth. So now I need to plug in this cup of Carb Master milk. I would have gone for some Carb Master chocolate milk, but in the Kroger that I go to, it's always out of stock now. I guess I should have kept that to myself, because now you guys keep taking all the milk I like. But 1 serving of the Carb Master regular milk, or I guess it's basically skim, 3 grams of carbs and 11 grams of protein. Well, oh yeah, and then there's 6 things of fish oil in here, so that's going to add up to like 9 grams of fat. You got to count even your freaking little fish oil, man. That's fats. You got to count that stuff. So I'll just overlay this. So once I eat all this, I'll be at 793 calories for the day. I guess technically I did eat a little bit. I got these little spicy like pretzel chips, and I kind of had some of those before I went and did my cardio. But I still put it on the scale, you know, weighed out the bag, you know, had my snacks, and then weighed it out again to find out exactly how much I had. You know, a lot of people, if you try to get in a deficit, if you just kind of constantly snacking, like if you grab a couple chips in the kitchen and you don't track it, maybe if you do that once a day, who cares? Negligible. But constantly just eating stuff without tracking it, it'll add up. I mean, you could think that you're in a freaking deficit, but you could be in a freaking total surplus. So no wonder you're not actually going to lose weight. So this is a pretty basic, well, not basic, but what I was trying to say was this is about right in terms of fitting the criteria of a dieting meal that I would want to eat, right? Mainly protein. You know, I don't want to eat all my carbs at once. I do kind of want to time them around when I'm training, just because, you know, I'm using carbs as fuel. But as a breakfast, this is kind of a go-to for me. It's 50 grams of protein, right? It's hitting the little protein check mark perfectly. And then, what, maybe it's like about 8 grams of carbs from the barbecue sauce, right? Like nothing. And then a little bit of fat from the cheese, but it still tastes pretty good. You know, about 9 grams of fat there. Right? So I haven't really jumped into my carb stores that much at all. So once I finish this, I'll be pretty full for the next couple hours before I eat whatever I'm going to eat next. And that's really the idea of any meal that you're trying to eat when you're dieting, you know? Like, I could have this same amount of calories worth of, like, let's just say, you know, maybe an 8-ounce steak and then some cereal on the side. Like, I could still hit this 800 calorie mark. But all the calories from that cereal and just like the milk or whatever, just like normal kind of sweet foods with a lot of sugar, a lot of carbs, like it's not very filling. It's not really going to fill me up as much. I don't know if you have ever looked this sort of thing up, but there's basically a glycemic index, which is like a almost a grading scale per se on how quickly you can like break down and absorb carbs from different sources, you know. So things like oatmeals, complex grains, like yams, stuff like that. Like that's what you typically call like a complex carb, right? So it's not just going to spike your blood sugar or anything. So when you have like a bowl of cereal, or no, what am I saying? Like a bowl of oatmeal, right? Or like yams, or these complex carbs that don't really just spike your blood sugar, they're going to keep you fuller for longer. So in a dieting context, oh god damn it, what the fuck? I got fucking barbecue sauce on my Hostile brand wear hoodie. So what the fuck was I even just saying? Yeah. So when you eat foods like that, like the oatmeal and the yams and stuff, it's going to make you fuller for longer because it's not going to give you like a huge up and down on your blood sugar. So in a dieting context, sure, you could eat like, I've got 200 carbs kind of allocated for the day for me to eat for this diet. I could get all those from just Skittles and ice cream, but it wouldn't make me feel full. So I'd be hungrier even though I'm, still eating the same amount of carbs. Because sure, it would like spike my blood sugar. I'd feel good when I ate it, but then I'd be hungrier way sooner afterwards. So, basic premise, foods that make you feel full, but don't have a lot of calories in them. So I'm just going to sit here and, scratch at this for a while. Watch another episode of Jujutsu Kaisen, and then we can fucking jump to meal number 2, which is probably going to be the pre-lift meal, just kind of by guessing based on what time it is now. But we'll see. We'll keep track of the macros too. All right, wait, let me slam the vitamins first. There we go. Now let's get to meal 2. All right, substantial time has passed. I meant to go fold my laundry and wash my sheets. Did not get done, but whatever. So, meal number 2. I've kind of been scratching at this for a while, but pound of ground beef, 1 slice of pepper jack cheese, 60 grams of low sugar barbecue sauce again, and then 5 grams of fat worth of kind of a buffalo hot sauce. So the ground beef, cook it on its own, and then, actually that kind of warrants some attention. It is a little bit of a process. So my go-to method, pan, pot. Honestly, I've been cooking the ground beef in a pot just because it makes it easier for me to stir it up, and I don't have to worry about it splashing outside the walls. But whatever, throw it in, kind of chop it up with your little spatula. Right, totally brown. But there's a ton of, sure, water as well, but all the fat that kind of seeped out of the meat is just floating around the bottom. In a dieting context, you kind of want to mitigate that part. I'm not eating the ground beef for the fat contents. Maybe a little bit just because the animal fats are going to be good for you, whatever. But I don't need that extra fat. So straight out of the pot, I'll just go outside of the back door, pour the whole thing into a little like metal strainer, right? Shake it around, have the shit fall out, and then pour it back in, add the sauce, the cheese, put it back on the stove a little bit, mix it up, and then it's solid. So that's about 80 grams of protein. I didn't have it all at once. Your body can handle a lot of protein at once, but I have been scratching at this for like the last hour. Well, not an hour, but like maybe 30 minutes. And I'll probably keep chewing on it for a little bit longer. Right now, I don't need to just instantly down my meals like a maniac. I'm not in a rush to hit my 2,500 calorie limit. I'm actually trying to go a snail's pace so I don't, overeat and then end up being hungry later at night. So it's not like, well, actually kind of snacking in general, if you're trying to diet down, is a little bit of a, I don't want to say it's good for you, just because you're kind of constantly like teasing yourself to eat more food. But if you kind of, prepare a meal, obviously you track everything in it, and you can make it last maybe, 20, 30 minutes. Maybe you eat it while you're doing your work or, something or another, instead of just like scarfing it down in 5 seconds, right? It's just going to be easier not to want to eat more food later on, if you kind of understand my logic. So, since this is pretty much the pre-workout meal, I'm going to lift in probably, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half-ish. I want to be fully freaking hydrated. So this is about a liter or so worth of water. This is not the pre. This is just some Silo 9 amino acid and electrolyte mix. So when you see a dude walking around with this gallon jug, he's nearly got the right idea, right? He's close. But just drinking water on its own, you're not totally maximizing your hydration. I don't want to sound like a fucking, I sound like you're, oh, what's the fucking word I'm trying to think of? Oh, whatever. I sound like a fucking nutritionist. Like, you can't just drink your pure water for hydration, but whatever. So, electrolytes are seriously going to get you when it comes to, feeling hydrated, feeling good. Really, there's no other way to say it than that. Like, right now, obviously, I'm not slamming my system full of carbs, so I'm not totally full. So if I don't drink a solid amount of water, plus, electrolytes, magnesium, potassium, so you get the gist, right? If I don't have a lot of that floating around in my system from either like, dedicated electrolyte packets, some kind of powdered stuff like this, then my lift is gonna kind of suffer, Like, as soon as I wake up in the morning, I'll have one of these, a liter and a half just already made next to my bed. And that's the first thing I do when I get up. I just slam the whole thing because I know it's going to make me feel better for cardio and just, for the rest of the day too. And I'm not saying that for like an arbitrary reason, like, oh, it's good for you to be hydrated. Any advice and any kind of tips that I say or any kind of practice that I follow, it's pretty much not just for no reason. It's serving the purpose of like kind of trying to improve my training. So if I think I'm going to get a better pump from being fully hydrated and I'm going to have better lifts, then I'm going to stimulate my muscles better. They're going to grow more after I rest and recover. I think I'm going to try to make sure I get down I don't really make sure I hit like a gallon a day, but I don't know, at least a couple of liters for sure. So I'm going to keep scratching at this. I kind of took a nap earlier too. I'm still a little sluggish from that. I really need to wake up. But I'm sure once I get driving to the gym, plus the pre's in my system, then I'll be freaking wired for legs. I'm already getting kind of excited for those mid-quad squats. So let's just cut to getting the pre set up. Oh, wait, see, what's the current macros so far once I finish this meal? All right, so once I finish this, that'll put me at 1,436 calories. I'll have 100 grams of protein left and about 180 grams of carbs left for post-workout. That sounds about right. So let's cut to the pre-preparation. All right, so now this is not the post-workout meal, even though it is the post-workout meal. So I don't know what I was thinking. I just did not record myself when I ate last night. But I just recreated the same thing. Oh, close enough a little. So 75 grams of protein worth of egg whites, 2 slices of American cheese, right? 9 grams of fat total, 4 protein, 2 carbs. Another 8 or 9 grams of carbs worth of sugar-free barbecue sauce. And then some chopped salad just to kind of give it some body or whatever. And then for carbs, I had 2 packs of Ben's original microwavable rice. So I kind of ended up saving all my carbs for before bed. So right now I feel pretty freaking full. I got to sleep in again today. So I don't usually do well, if I'm responsible and I wake up early, I usually do my cardio fasted and then I come back and eat. But I was kind of freaking hungry, so I'll eat this little egg salad, barbecue sauce, cheese concoction first, and then go get my cardio going. So the final calories for last night, I went a little overboard. 2,718. I was kind of aiming for 25, but when I had those 2 packs of rice, it kind of sent me over. You know, I say I've been aiming for 2,500, but really I've been floating around like, 28, 3,000 sometimes. You know, I'm not in a massively steep deficit just because I don't have like the goal isn't necessarily to get shredded. You know, like I was saying beforehand, I am dieting to, lose body fat, but it's not for a show. The whole point is I'm just sort of resensitizing my system so that, in a couple of days, once I start this next bulk, I'll be, hungry for as much food as I'm going to want to eat. And, just the process of bulking and cutting, in the bulk, you're going to be a bit softer. So at the end of it, if I'm done bulking, I've kind of plateaued my weight, I've maxed out whatever, I'm kind of a little bit extra soft. So what's the point of just repeating a bulk if you're just maintaining the same kind of weight, whatever? I guess if you really make sure you hit your surplus forever, and if you're bulking and your weight is still going up, then yeah, keep doing it. But for me, I bulked for like 4 or 5 months. I ended up kind of plateauing at like a new record high weight. And then I got to cut down for 2 months and just repeat the process. So that's pretty much the logic there for anyone curious about that. I feel like I've talked about it before, but I mean, there's so many videos. It probably gets lost in the woodworks. So for me now, today, so last night this was dinner, and today this is breakfast. So I'm going to go do my 30 minutes of cardio, come back, probably eat some more. Actually, I'll probably eat this pack of rice, and then got a couple of classes and chest and shoulders, which you'll see tomorrow. So that'll be a good lift. I'm 98% certain it's going to be sick. So I'll freaking see you next time.